You don't have it? I'm not online. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get started in about 5 minutes. So if we can start finding seats, thank you for being here today.
I don't know if I'm on. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. We are at Lake Mary, Florida, and today is October 27th, 2022. Ms. Hood, can we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Coyne.
Present.
Mr. Wade.
Present.
Judith Marty. Dr. Stefan.
Present.
Sharon Taylor Ellis. Mr. Whitaker.
Present?
Chuck Clark.
Is present.
Yes, back there.
Okay. Do we need him to say present for the record? Are we good with that?
Just acknowledge he's here.
Observably present.
Thank you.
I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not already done so, please put your phones on silent. Thank you. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag led by Sam Ferguson. Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone to the second day of our September 2022 meeting that was postponed due to Hurricane Ian. In the interest of efficiency, let's get started on the agenda. The Commission begins its meetings with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Eldridge, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors?
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consulting.
Good morning, Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Beverly Bonaparte, International Nursing Solutions, Nursing Consultant.
Good morning, Nathan Adams, a partner with Holland & Knight Education Team and Chair of the Board Bar Education Law Committee.
Good morning, Joanna Micola, VP and GM with Brain Station, based in Miami.
Good morning, Chucky Yu, the Academy of Beauty and Business.
Good morning. My name is Sol Thatch, also Academy of Beauty and Business. We're the owners.
Good morning, Joshua Drucker, Florida Career College.
Good morning, Rosanna DeSue, Life Point Career Institute, Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning, Debbie McClendon, Life Point Career Institute, Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning, Michelle Harcourt, Life Point Career Institute, Jacksonville, Florida.
Hello, everyone. Nancy Bradley, Daytona College, Ormond Beach, Florida, founding member of the FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Iris Ramos, Healthcare Training in Lehigh Acres, Florida. Thank you.
Good morning, Ronald Burnett with Institute of Laser Training, Estero, Florida.
Good morning, April Sig, also Institute of Laser Training, Estero, Florida.
Good morning. I'm Ricardo Alberti with the Well-Groomed Gentleman Academy down in Coral Gables.
Good morning, Marilyn Miranda, President of Florida Barber Academy, Plantation, Florida.
Good morning, Kelly King, Palm Matilda School, Fort Myers.
Hello, I'm Kyle Weber with Healthcare Training of Florida, Spring Hill.
Good morning, Luis Masonette, Lighthouse Middle Academy, Castleberry, Florida.
Good morning, David Nieves from the Colbert Institute in Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Carlos Rodains, Tech Launch Academy, Miami, Plantation, and West Palm Beach.
Good morning, Carlos Chavez Tafur, First Coast Nursing Assistant Training Program from Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning, Lisa Nessel from Iron Hat Coding Academy, Miami.
Good morning, Tessa Nobles, Heritage School of Midwifery and Natural Health Sciences in Northport, Florida.
Good morning, Helen Wood, Wood Hygienic Institute, Kissimmee, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Suzanne Morrison Williams, McDougall Technical Institute.
Good morning, Jamie Driggers, Alpha School of Massage, Jacksonville.
Good morning, also Alpha School of Massage, Jacksonville and Melbourne. My name's Adam Driggers.
Good morning, Jane Haas from Sea Experience Diving Schools, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Good morning, Cindy Lee Niles with Cindy Lee's Facial and Nail School.
Good morning, Nellie Kirshner, Nouveau Contour Academy, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Ibis Oliva, Academic Director, Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Sahili Correa, Novelli Institute, Hialeah, Florida.
Andy Usera, Consultant to Novell Institute.
Nicole Vitez, Hollywood Institute, Margate, Florida. I'm the Director of Compliance for the company.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tony. I'm from Tony's Academy in Mulberry, Florida. My name is Antonia Hernandez.
Good morning, Mariana from Master Career Institute in Orlando.
Hi, I'm Cindy Johnson. I'm with the Salon Professional Academy in Melbourne and Delray Beach and Elevate Salon Institute in Miami Beach.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Turbeville. I'm from the Salon Professional Academy in Melbourne, Florida.
Good morning, I'm Adriana Powers with Summit Salon Academy in Tampa, Florida.
Good morning, Joni Gerald, Summit Salon Academy, Gainesville.
Good morning, my name is Osvaldo Marracini from Master Career Institute, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Linda Nguyen from Pro Nails and Beauty School, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning. I'm Andrew McLaughlin with the National Training Schools.
Good morning. My name is Alberto Eros. We're from South Florida Barber Schools in Homestead, Florida.
Good morning, Jessica Aidas, South Florida Barber Schools, Homestead, Florida.
Good morning, Mary Reynolds, CDL Schools in Miami.
Good morning, Pete Schwartz with the CDL Schools in Miami.
Good morning, Walter Dusseldorf, Flap Hop Institute of Professional Development. Good morning.
Good morning. Lost my train of thought.
Amy Valdez with Hollywood Career Institute.
Good morning, Alexander Potter, Northwest Lyman Center, Edgewater.
Good morning, Nicole McClendon, Northwest Lineman Center in Edgewater.
Good morning, Stacy Kirby, also with Northwest Lyman Center in Edgewater.
Good morning, Julie Prashad Ramirez, Career Tech, Lakeland, Florida.
Good morning, Max Tucker from Essential School of Massage, Sarasota, Florida.
Good morning, Kiana Yearwood from Culinary Training Academy in Orlando.
Good morning, Vicky Di Coloredo Mills at Sabre Education Consultants.
Good morning, Larry Thompson from Calypso Pro Dive Academy, Tampa.
Good morning, Gary Tilden, Calypso Pro Dive Academy, Tampa, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Escobar and Spasojevic, Vukadin Spasojevic. I've known him for 4 years, and I just learned to pronounce his name last night at dinner. From CDL School, Tara.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Raquel Hughes. I'm from Onyx Nail Academy in Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Powell Barton from Hair in Motion Beauty Academy in Orlando, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Michael Casey. I'm from Divers Paradise in beautiful Key Biscayne, Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'm Pamela Peterson, Meraki Aesthetics Institute from Altamont Springs, Florida.
Hi, I'm Angie LeBlanc. I'm with Accelerated Dental Assisting Academy in, corporate offices in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but we're in Tampa.
Good morning, Pete Med with Allied Health Career Institute, Orlando, Florida.
And good morning, all. Hannah Rutzen, also with Allied Career Institute.
Good morning, Laura Cessna with the Education Institute of Tampa Family in Tampa.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in not as beautiful Tallahassee, Florida, representing Alpha School of Massage, Florida Barber Academy, and Divers Paradise.
Thank you all and welcome. And we'll now get started on today's agenda. It will be the consideration of license issues related to non-degree granting institutions. We have no institutions ordered to appear before the Commission today, so now we'll move on to Section B, Application for Provisional Licensure. We have 13. And Commissioners, I'm just going to take a point of privilege here, and at any point in time during any of the agenda sections, if any of you want to make a motion to take any of these items by consent, instead of me guiding in that direction, you feel free to do so, please. So we will take these 13 schools one by one for provisional license. The first one being Allied Health Career Institute, Orlando, number 10282. Any discussion, Commissioners, on this item?
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank
Please
you.
introduce yourself.
Yes. Pete Med, CEO of Allied Health Career Institute. I'll be representing the institution today.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Is this an extension of an existing business? And
It is.
Other locations that are, you don't have other locations that are licensed through this commission already, though?
Not through this commission, in other states.
Okay.
What other states? Just interested.
Yeah, I was going to just mention that. So we are post-secondarily licensed in Virginia, Arizona, Colorado, Illinois at this time. Hopefully Florida.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, good morning. And the Board of Massage approval, where are you at on the status?
Yes, so everything has been cleared except the approval from this commission.
Okay.
That is the final piece.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If there is no other discussion, we need a motion to accept the staff's recommendations, which is to grant the provisional license upon the following contingency being met of the submission of the Board of Massage approval.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. Congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And moving on to the next school is the Alpha School of Massage, number 11443.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Adam Driggers from Alpha School of Massage.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you still looking for your space? Do you have,
We do have a space. It's being built out now, but we do have a space, yes.
okay. What's, I know construction is tough in this market. What's your timeline there?
We'll be finished by the end of the year.
Okay, so well within your time frame here
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
180 days,
Yes.
right? Is your Board of Massage approval contingent only on the license from this commission as
No,
well?
because of where we are in construction, we have not applied to the Board of Massage. This is our first step, then we will go there.
Okay. I'm unfamiliar. How long does that normally take?
It can take up to 90 days. They have 90 days to review and answer an application.
Okay. Just didn't want you to get into a time bind there on the expectations here, the contingencies.
Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a motion to grant the provisional license upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of Board of Massage approval. Submission of 2, submission of current occupational license. 3, submission of executed lease agreement.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you, Commission.
And our next school is CDL School Terra, number 11382. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Escobar and Vukadin Spasojevic. I'm still practicing his name. I've known him for years. He's from Serbia. And just as a little point of interest, the school is called CDL School Tara, not named after one of our love interests, but rather the Tara Mountains. They're like the Rocky Mountains in Serbia, where Vukadin is from. And he says they're as lovely as the Rockies. I have yet to prove him right. We'll figure it out.
Any discussion, commissioners?
Did you guys create your own proprietary curriculum for this, or are you going through J.J. Keller or anybody like that?
We're going through Keller.
Okay.
Yeah, standard curriculum with the instructor, Mr. Vukadin, present.
Are you delivering any portion of that theory online?
No, sir. All in classroom training.
Are you have you already registered through the FMCSA TPR?
Yes, we have, and we've got the certifications and the approvals.
Outstanding.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. Are you a third-party administrator for the state of Florida for
No.
testing?
No, no.
Have you found an outlet for those tests for your students so that they can post-training actually take the test?
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. And he's certified, he's the CDL instructor, and he's got a CDL license, and for how long? 10 years. And so he's going to administer the theory and also the practical.
So where will your students test then? Because if you guys aren't an administrator, they're going to have to go somewhere to test.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We will have testing on our site, in our facility. We got about 2.29 acres, and we will bring a third-party certification person.
So you're using a contract tester to come in?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the question.
Yeah. Have you had your site measured or approved by
Absolutely,
HSMD
yes.
already?
Yeah, all measured out in the, it's in our package that we submitted.
Outstanding. How long did that take you?
That took a minute. That took a minute.
I thought it might have. Well, I have nothing further. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Just one quick question on the facility. The classroom space holds 20 people. How many cohorts can you put in that classroom for a given year?
We're going to start with 10 because that's a limitation with one instructor. And then as things may evolve, we might be able to do a second class, perhaps in the evening. But other than that, we're going to stay with the population of 10 for the foreseeable future.
How many times can you do that during a year? So how many total students? Your business plan, I think, shows 120. So how often?
It's a 340-hour program, so it's about 6 weeks. And so we will turn that over about every 6 weeks.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's the cost of the program? I'm sorry if I'm not finding it fast enough.
Tuition cost is $3,850 per student.
Okay. Any further discussion, commissioners?
So just a quick clarification, you're running a 320-hour program.
340.
340?
Right.
Okay, it says 320 on our
It should be
hours, yeah.
340.
Something doesn't add up with the rotation and the projected number of students.
Yeah, that's why I was asking that. Have you guys ran a break-even analysis based on your fixed cost for this tuition rate and the number of hours that you're running?
Right, right. So we broke down all the costs, and that also includes their materials, their supplies, everything that they need for the student needs for the classroom. That's the total cost.
And you don't have additional instructors right now?
No, just Mr. Vugadin.
So what would you consider your capacity to be?
Student capacity? 10 seats.
10 to 1
students,
then, as a ratio?
10 to 1, that's correct. I believe that's our threshold before we can't expand it unless we would get a second instructor, is my understanding.
It's your decision to make there, but it feels constrained from a ratio, and certainly I think your costs are going to exceed your tuition level there. I don't know what you're paying for rent. I don't have the business plan here, but if you plan to keep that ratio there, perhaps you have lower fixed costs, lower operating overhead.
We have very good lease arrangements.
Okay.
They're very good for us, yeah.
What's the location? Exactly?
Davie, Florida.
Yeah. And where?
That is about 15 minutes west of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, so how did you find the space there?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It is at a very unique location called 595 Truck Stop. It's the third largest privately owned truck stop in the nation, and he's one of the tenants there, and he's expanded his lease for the school and for the property, for the practicum training.
Smart.
So it's a great place for these students to not only learn to drive, but to network with. I think they park about 600 to 700 tractor trailers on this property, and so it's a big hub here down in South Florida.
How long is the lease for?
36 months.
And that 320 hours is how many hours a day each week? I mean, it sounds like this is probably an 8 to 12 week program.
Yes, it's I believe a 6 to 8 week program, and it's about 6 hours a day, 6 to 7 hours a day. Broken up in theory and then broken down into the practicum.
Meaning hypothetically, you would only be able to start a class every 6 or 8 weeks
That's
because you
correct.
only have the capacity of one instructor, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
So to clarify, your projected students over the course of a year wouldn't be 120, it would be max 80 unless you do the evening classes.
That's correct. That's correct, yeah.
Any further discussion, commissioners? We'll take a motion to accept the staff recommendations to grant the provisional license with the following contingency being met of submitting an updated faculty listing form to include current license information for all instructors.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations. Our next school is DeClovers Institute, number 9316. Help me pronounce that correctly. I feel like I didn't do it justice.
DeClovers.
DeClovers? Okay. I'll keep trying to get better. So.
Don't worry. And I'll be acting as translator today. The owner is Iravid, and he's our accountant.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion?
So I'm very curious about this. We had a discussion this morning, a lively one and a positive one, by the way. I think I told my colleagues up here earlier that I started doing the math in my head on how a person might monetize these skills and make a sustainable living from it. Can you tell me what you expect your graduates to do and how they leverage the certification they receive to generate income for themselves?
Yo soy una evidencia de que sí se puede generar ganancias.
She's a life proof of it. She's been in business. She started this business in 2010 in Venezuela, and then they brought it here to the States and started from scratch. And since 2018, the business has been here and it's exploded in Miami.
Tenemos récord Guinness y hemos sido contratados por grandes empresas en el mundo artístico de los globos para hacer grandes decoraciones, y también muchas empresas solicitan un decorador específico en el área de los globos, como por ejemplo Amazon.
I'm like, wait, that's a lot. They have a record Guinness for balloons. They also been working with big companies like Amazon, big artists like in the music industry. Like you always need like a balloon artist to entertainment, to events, parties, hotels. Stadiums, Amazon, convention centers.
So how might someone who learns from you be able to obtain those clients? How do they find work is what I'm wondering, because it sounds, I honestly think that there's a white space in this market for it to be filled, but I'm wondering how the people who learn from you are going to monetize that skill.
Monetize that.
Yeah.
Cómo las personas que aprenden de su curso después pueden tener el mismo éxito que ustedes están teniendo.
Sí, la industria cada año está creciendo mucho más.
The industry is growing every year.
E incluso grandes empresas solicitan decoradores para tenerlos como contrato fijo.
And a lot of big companies, they're asking to have their own balloon artists and their staff. That way they can know that they have someone that is going to be there to entertain or host the event and create the balloon.
Incluso los event planners.
Even event planners, they have their own staff that it's mandatory to have, like, they know that they come with that person to have the balloon decoration for that party or that event.
Lo que queremos es que ellos estén preparados de forma correcta y responsable para acudir con todas esas grandes responsabilidades.
We just want our students to be prepared and have all the capabilities and be responsible with balloon, and because it takes a big person to do this type of events, and it's the proper how you assemble the balloons, how you take them off,
Incluso responsable con el ambiente.
and being responsible with the environment as well.
Yeah. So I know your tuition costs are $2,500. What does, as an event, what does a person earn at an event for a few hours?
¿Cómo cuánto ganas en un evento por un par de horas que estés armando?
Sí, le voy a contar una experiencia.
She's going to tell a story of an experience that they had.
Tuvimos un evento la semana pasada.
They had an event last week.
Fue cotizado en $20,000.
And the amount was $20,000.
Y fue una decoración bastante grande. Fue unos 15 años en Miami y decoramos todo el techo y toda la fachada de afuera.
It was in Latin America. We don't celebrate Sweet 16. We do it at 15. So it was a 15-year-old party, and they decorated the entire ceiling in the venue. and they charge 20,000 for that.
Y contratamos a 20 personas.
And they hire 20 people to help with all the setup of the balloons.
También tenemos aliados y decolor.
We have partners in the industry in Miami that do the same, and we all partner together.
Que hacen decoraciones para Netflix, Amazon y son contratados específicamente para hacer los globos de las películas de Netflix, por ejemplo.
That's cool. So they have students that have been very successful in their business, and they have partnered with like Netflix and doing like these decorations for movies that you can see and watch on Netflix.
So now I'm understanding a little better.
Yeah.
Forgive me, because in the beginning I thought we might be, making balloon animals.
No.
Because I was going to ask if you can make a bicycle, right, or something
No,
like that.
no, it's not.
So now I'm understanding that this is an event based.
It is an event based.
Wow.
Yes.
That is pretty cool.
It's like you can have like a whole wall of balloons, and it has, I don't know, the high-end animal, and they have even a convention. It's like sculptures. So you create sculptures with balloons, and they're huge. And they even have a convention here in Orlando that they invited a lot of deco lovers from all over the world, and they decorate like the whole room. In, I think, ¿cuál hotel fue? ¿El que hicieron acá?
Hyatt.
It was a Hyatt here in Orlando, and they have like a huge convention, and it was like they have a room that it was the sea world, and everything was related to the sea world and creatures of the sea. Another world that it was like a candy town, so it was everything with candy, and another was everything around the space. So it was a very big event. They have over 500 artists that came here to Orlando to decorate that full space in the hotel.
Sí, pero
Two quick points.
I will say that, may I ask how long they've been in the States?
In the States, it has been here since 2018.
So, in my opinion, this is the definition of the American dream.
Thank you.
Love it.
Yes,
I
got
love
goosebumps.
I mean, it's fantastic way to scale something to a massive size where there's enormous demand. And it was so curious when I first saw it, and we talked about it this morning and didn't fully understand, but what a brilliant idea. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, please. I was just going to encourage Vice Chair Williams to check out Pinterest, and you will see all of these beautiful designs of balloons. And I was going to ask, is that a way you're recruiting students, is through social media, and how? And also, I see that it's online, and to me, this seems like something that would be, easier to teach in person. And I do see there's lab hours. Will the lab hours be in person?
Ella dice que las clases son online. Ella piensa que debería ser algo que también sea presencial. Y habla de que ustedes tienen lab.
Sí,
¿Y
nosotros
esos son one-on-one así en persona o son también
tenemos
online?
una plataforma online que se llama LearnWare y por ahí hacemos las capacitaciones online. Pero también vamos a tener sesiones en vivo con ellos para responder a todas sus dudas y ver todos sus trabajos y que de verdad lo estén haciendo de forma correcta.
So the certification is fully online. They use a LearnWord as a platform, but they have the labs are one-on-one in their warehouse where students can go, and if they have any one-on-one questions or sessions for Zoom, if they can do like one-on-one sessions on Zoom as well.
And then also, how will they attract students?
They attract students to Instagram. Es la manera en que ustedes atraen students.
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok.
Yeah, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Two quick comments. One, I think you're inspiring everyone here to learn how to blow balloons. But two, I want to go back to Commissioner Williams' original question. How are you connecting your graduates with opportunities?
Okay.
¿Cómo estás conectando a tus alumnos con las oportunidades que
Oportunidades de
pueden
negocio
tener
de
a trabajar?
afuera. ¿Cómo conectas a los alumnos para que tengan oportunidades de negocio también?
Sí.
O nada más les enseñan.
Bueno, siempre tenemos personas de nuestra comunidad. Muchos de ellos le han ido muy bien porque muchas empresas los han contratado. Incluso hay empresas de globos como Qualatex o Toftex que solicitan decoradores para promover sus propias marcas. Y así como ellos, también están los distribuidores. No podemos garantizar que una persona graduada sea exitosa porque todo depende de las ganas que ellos tengan.
Okay, so they teach the students all the tools that they need, and then they connect them with this opportunities outside in the business, and that's why they have been connected with like Netflix and other organizations, and everything is what you put in. So yeah, they give the tools, they give the connections, but it's up to that student to actually take it off to the next level. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure.
Kind of.
Yeah. And to Commissioner Stefano's point, I have a last suggestion for you here.
Yeah.
I don't want to belabor the point, but because you're obviously exceedingly good at finding these clients who have these needs, and because you could likely find those clients anywhere in the United States, not necessarily just in Florida, I would suggest that you look into the process of being able to franchise your idea, because client acquisition could then come through your parent company, and your franchisees would then execute the model somewhere else where they live.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Su recomendación es que después hagan franquicias. O sea, que tu casa madre sea Miami, pero después también tenga franquicias en otras ciudades. Y sería otra manera de ganar clientes. Yes.
Because you have a turnkey client acquisition model that would, I think, be the primary challenge for your students, is figuring out how to get the clients, and you've obviously solved that problem. So rather than asking them to solve the same problem, just solve it for them, and for that, you gain royalties in
Y que
perpetuity.
podrías a estos mismos estudiantes que tienes venderles a ellos la idea de montar su propio de colores en otra ciudad. Así le estarías dando también a ellos la oportunidad de negocio en otras ciudades. He wanted to share something.
Pero tú me traduces.
Oh, I'm sure that, yeah.
Comisionado, buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning.
Por experiencia,
By experience,
el 98% de las personas
the 90% of people
que comienzan en este negocio
that start in this business,
son mujeres.
they're women.
La hermana de Iravid,
Iravi's sister,
en embarazo,
she was pregnant
crearon una empresa en
when
Miami
they started this whole business
Después de
in
llegar de
2018
Venezuela.
after coming from Venezuela.
con una bebé y un niño corriendo alrededor de
With
ellos.
already two young boys running around.
La posibilidad de tener éxito
The possibility of being like successful here in the United States
en esta industria
in this industry
depende 100%
depends 100%
de cada persona.
on your person and why you're willing to
Pero la
give.
industria de los globos
But the industry of balloons,
está abierta
it's open
para que muchas otras
to
industrias,
many other
pequeñas
industries,
industrias, se alimenten de
small
ella,
industries that can
tomen de
gain
ella
from it too.
y generen riqueza,
And they all can be successful as
generen
well.
autoempleo,
They can offer business,
pero sobre todo
unemployment
conciencia
opportunities,
de negocio.
but also entrepreneurship.
Yeah, that's what I was
La
gonna suggest.
importancia
The
de esta
importance of this
certificación
certification
es que si ustedes la próxima vez
is that if you guys
contratan a alguien para que decore su casa,
hire someone to decorate your house,
lo mejor es que esa persona
the best is that that person
esté certificado,
is certified,
porque un globo
because one balloon
con helio
with helium
puede dejar un barrio entero sin
Can-
energía.
can affect electricity in one neighborhood if one of the balloons just pops and go in the
Pero un decorador certificado
but decorar like a certified
sabe que no
Decorator.
puede soltar globos con helio
knows that aliens balloon they can't go in the
Porque
sky
daña el ambiente.
because they
y puede destruir la propiedad pública.
because they affect the environment and then destroy your property or something can
De ahí la
go
importancia,
really bad from it.
de ahí la importancia de promover esta certificación.
That's why it's so important to get the certification so you have
Gracias.
responsible people
Mm.
dealing with the balloons. That's
great.
Thank you.
I applaud you guys on your foresight. And I'll leave you with the fact that, because I think there's so much white space for you, the reason I suggested franchising is
Yeah.
you would be training your franchisees as opposed to training your competition.
True. Yes.
I'll leave you with that.
Que estarías, cuando entrenas a tus estudiantes, no los estarías entrenando después para que ellos tengan su propia franquicia bajo tu nombre y no estarías entrenando para alguien que después sería tu competencia en el futuro. Okay, super. Yes. Thank you for that advice.
Yeah, it really is inspiring. So the only thing and you mentioned it, is the entrepreneurship piece, and there might be some companion partner that's offering an accelerator or some basic competencies around what it takes to launch your own business for your students or graduates, your new licensees, and, to Mr. Williams's point, whether they're your franchisees or your competitors, they're still going to need to have some business acumen and understand what it's like to operate their own small business. And that might be a really nice complement to what you're offering here.
Thank you. Está impresionada por el negocio, por las oportunidades que están dando otras personas, pero que buscaría la idea de entrenar a la gente para que después ellos tengan su franquicia bajo de color y no estarías generando tú tu propia competencia.
Commissioners, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept the staff recommendations. Let me get to those. I moved around a little bit here. To grant the provisional license and grant the approval of the 100% online asynchronous online delivery for the Balloon Designer Diploma Program.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We're so, so grateful.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next school is Divers Paradise Professional Institute, number 11357.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing
We're
today?
doing great. How about you?
I'm super amazing. Thank you.
That's awesome.
You got a tough act to follow, I got to tell you.
Should have brought a diving tank or something.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah, I would. I'm a diver, and I would love to hear how you're going to differentiate yourself. What's your value proposition relative to the probably hundreds of other of your competitors in this market?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, let me say that I don't really view them as competitors. We're all brothers and sisters in the initiative, and the initiative is based on setting forth ambassadors for the ecosystem. So that's the principal focus. So it's not a competition-related initiative as far as I'm concerned. We are in Miami, Key Biscayne, just south of Miami,
right.
And there are sister schools. But they are geographically, I'll say, a little bit further away from us. So when we applied for and was granted our 5-star IDC training facility flag or credential, that was taken into consideration.
Nice.
So we're looking at fulfilling a market void that the other two entities closest to us are not seeking or going after. So the marketing campaign that we're going to put in place is going to be directed certainly organically, locally, but the primary focus for us is going to be upper United States, East Coast. We're going to target geographic sections by area as we move forward. Coming from the Mid-Atlantic region, there's an opportunity to bring people down because it's a very seasonal initiative up there. So we want to give them that option.
And I'm assuming the career level 1 and 2s are the accelerated learning is a prereq, right? Prior to those other two?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you for that question. So interestingly enough, through the duration of from the time they get certified until they can actually step into the professional level that we're offering is a 6-month window with a specified amount of dives under their belt, proficiency. Right. And so the initial accelerated learning program is designed to get them to that point.
And what would someone do with a career level 2 certification?
Well, career level 2 certification, you can go anywhere in the world. Patty Americas is by far the most recognized and acknowledged diving instructional resource. So being able to, there's also a job posting site. So I work very closely with corporate or Patty Americas and placement. I've got relationships throughout the world from my training course as a course director. So there were 47 people in that particular course. So the network opportunities are vast. So you can go anywhere in the world that you want and live your dream.
As an instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And would those instructors go out and start their own schools for recreational purposes, right? So tourists want to come in and, or any local wants to come in and be able to get certified to go dive like I am. I'm not an instructor or anything. I'm a tourist in that regard.
It's recreation.
Yeah, so the options are open, but no, not necessarily. They would probably affiliate,
Okay,
most likely affiliate with an established business.
great. Super cool.
Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
With you being in South Florida and there being quite a few universities down there, I know there's a lot of research going on. And I would encourage you to partner with some of the state colleges and universities and see how you can be a resource to them with some of their research priorities.
Yes, ma'am. You are so amazing for bringing that up. We have a remarkable partnership with the University of Miami and Rosenstiel across the water from us. They do tagging with us. They do coral outplanting. The Scuba Club of University of Miami dives with us on a regular basis. And I just put another proposal out to engage them more. And we'll also be outsourcing or actually researching options and opportunities for other institutions to be able to do that as well.
Yes, I know there's a couple, FGCU, which is in Fort Myers, just a little bit of a distance for you all, but they do have an actual water school, and they have been prioritizing research around coastal resilience, and so I would encourage you to also reach out to them. It's an amazing program that they've launched in the past 2 years.
I love that, and I'll definitely do that. Thank you for the advice. We just certified 90 high school kids for Mast Academy, which is a marine science. I mean, it's a what's it called? A charter school, and we've got that contract coming up again. So that's so exciting to see these young people at their age, knowing that they get their certification, certainly entry-level recreational diving, but they're certified for the rest of their life. How cool is that?
Right. Remind me the age to.
It's 10 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Used to be for years and years. I've represented the diving industry for 40 years here in Florida. It used to be 16 basically. Then it got down to 14. Now it's down to 10. So you can get people in the water young age.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
What is the deepest, like, I know there's like the final dive to complete it as a 10-year-old. Do you think that is safe?
Oh, absolutely. Trust me, there's been so much statistical analysis put into that. It is progressive related to age, as is the certification. So it starts out at 40 feet, right? So, and then it goes to 60 as an entry-level diver, and then you further your education to go deeper, and that's under the direct supervision, certainly, of the person you're working with.
And the max generally for a recreational diver is 120 to 140 feet tops anyway. After that, then you need to go to advanced level training.
Yeah. Is that 10-year-old level open water? Or
Yes,
is
sir.
it
Well, it would be considered junior open water.
junior open
Yes,
water?
sir. And it is literally age-based.
Yeah, I didn't know that it had been lowered to that. I remember
Yes,
it
sir.
being 16. Yeah.
And they're regulated on who they can dive with. They can dive with a dive
course.
professional
Yep.
or their parent or guardian. And then at 12, that releases any adult considered 18 and over, and then so on and so forth. And the depth also changes at that age.
One more follow-up.
Yes,
Do you
please.
offer free diving?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And what is the depth for the free diving
Well,
courses?
it's more about the limitations of your apnea breathing.
Right.
I don't personally teach freediving. I enjoy making bubbles underwater. So, but the young lady that does teach it she's quite recognized across the international scope. And she does a wellness program as well as freediving. So it's regulated based on time frames. And then the depth is regulated based on what your certification is.
Yeah, and just a new world record was just set a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, they're doing amazing things.
Incredible amount of what freedivers are doing. It's amazing.
It is. It's very impressive.
Madam Chair, I have a
Yes,
follow-up.
certainly.
So is New Dive Order, does that have other education locations or
Yes, sir.
institutes?
Yes, thank you very much. We're a full-service dive center. So we have 2 charter boats, a 40 and a 46-foot Newton, which we do a substantial amount of business from. We have a retail space, and we teach all levels of recreational diving. Children's program, so kids that are 8 to 10 can take diving courses. They just can't go in the open water. they can do pool-based classes and stuff like that. We also teach technical diving, which is what Mr. Harris referred to as anything past 130 feet.
So there isn't multiple locations, this is just different services that you're offering here?
Yes,
I
sir.
just saw the net income loss, and so I'd want to know if that was from other diving schools, or is this part of the operation from last year?
Yes, sir, that's from last year. The main reason that they'll see a differential in that or a reduction in that is because of the investment into the second vessel, the second charter.
Okay.
We are so very fortunate to have owners that support and believe in the vision and the mission that we have in front of us. So they are going to go ahead and put the items or the things that we need there in order for us to accomplish those goals.
Okay.
It is a very expensive business to run, obviously. Locale, boats, all the equipment, all the things come with it, but at the end of the day, they all do very well, especially when they're involved in instructional training.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave you with it. Might be a great idea for you to connect with Nathan's client from yesterday who has a sustainability degree, because I bet there are folks out there who would put those two together to make a difference for the environment and the world that we live in. It might be a really interesting collaboration.
I love that idea. We actually have a sustainability officer.
There you go.
And she happens to be a student over at University of Miami. So it's kind of like, but we're always open for new opportunities and to meet new individuals and establish partnerships.
I love it.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need a motion to accept staff's recommendations to grant the provisional license upon the following contingency: submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include a refund policy in compliance with rule.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
The
you
motion is
so very
approved.
much for your time today.
Congratulations.
Great. And number 6 is Essentials School of Massage, number 10230. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioners, any discussion?
Are you guys as well, just like your colleagues earlier, waiting on this license for the Board of Massage approval?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what they want. The Board of Massage Therapy first wants us to go through this, and then we have to present them the approval letter, and then
A
they
little
grant
bit of a
us.
chicken and the egg process there, isn't there?
Have you started that process with them?
Yeah, we already applied, and they said just give us the final approval letter from you guys, and then they would approve it. They already sent us a paperwork for signing that shows that our curriculum meets their guidelines as well, so we should be good on that.
So I noticed that the clock hours vary from school to school. Does the governing body not have a set number of hours, or do they just define curriculum and then you define the hours?
They say minimum 500 hours.
It is a minimum of 5, okay.
Yeah,
I
so
got you.
we are going with that, there's other schools, they do a lot of hours, but we don't think we want to go beyond 500. I think it's good enough. I have seen the other curriculums of a lot of schools, and a lot of them keep at 500.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the period of time then for the 500 hours? How do you divide that out?
So it should be finished roughly in 6 months on a part-time basis. We would run the schools in the evening hours and the weekend hours, and so that we want to target people who are already having a day job and they want to finish the program in the evenings and weekends within 6 months time frame.
Okay, thank you.
And what's your capacity, your enrollment capacity?
So capacity-wise, we can teach 10 students at a time, our current classroom, but we have more space to grow as needed. But at current, we're going to start with 10 students. That's our capacity at one point. It's a small classroom that we have designated right now.
Right. So it sounds like you'd be starting classes kind of quarterly?
We would be starting, it's kind of, we will start our program as soon as we have 10 students, and of course the approval from all the parties and all the governing bodies, and then once the 10 students graduate, then we start another batch. So we are hoping that it will be quarterly once we have established a rhythm, but initially it will be on a 6 months basis.
Oh, okay, good.
And how many instructors then? So for your class of 10, it's one instructor,
Yeah, one instructor.
and that's your capacity right now. You have one instructor.
Mhm.
Could be expanded.
Yeah. So there is another space that we can expand into right next to us that can be merged 2959, and then we can even remodel and expand and make a bigger classroom. But right now capacity is 10. We want to start small. We already are renting that space. We already have the space and lease agreement and everything. So we don't want to add too much expenses and go out in a big classroom and then
Sure.
not have enough students. You know.
I'm not making a joke at it when I ask this, but do you get volunteers for them to practice on? I mean, I'm not joking. I'm wondering how that actually happens. Do you actually have to bring people in and say, hey, we're going to teach them, right, on this person?
Right. So most schools, they run a program called student massage program.
Okay.
So the volunteers pay a very reasonable amount, typically like $25, $30.
Sure.
And they agree to get a disclaimer that it's a student massage. So you cannot expect it to be, like a professional massage. There is learning involved in it, and they're gonna give feedback after the session to the students so that they learn from it.
Cool.
And is your tuition rate competitive?
It's very competitive, yes. We have looked into the area, and we are going to keep it very competitive, yes. Our objective is to make it affordable for as many students as possible. Yeah, it's very affordable. Yeah, if you want numbers, I can give numbers, but yeah.
I saw it was 8,000.
I'm seeing
Commissioner?
8,000.
Yeah, it's 8,000.
8,000 tuition, yes.
Yeah, that's what, I just, I can't keep in my head which, the others that we've seen, how much that's.
Yeah, but there's like 10,000.
More than 10.
10,000 or more.
Okay.
I do like that they're keeping it at the 500 hours. Seems to be
Yep,
equal amount.
reasonable. Any other discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we need a motion to accept staff's recommendations to grant provisional license upon the following contingencies: submission of Board of Massage approval, submission of an updated enrollment agreement, and catalog to include a refund policy in compliance with the rule.
So moved.
Will do.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
And our next school is Fleet Force Truck Driving School, number 12524.
Would you like me to walk to the podium?
Yes, please.
Yeah, full disclosure, I own Fleet Force Truck Driving School, so I'll abstain from the votes on this. If you guys have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you want to give us a,
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't abstain.
oh, you can't
Oh, I
even
can't
answer a
abstain?
question.
No, you can't abstain. You
Oh.
can't abstain, you just had to disclose that you're
Oh.
affiliated.
Okay.
But can he answer questions?
Yes, you can.
So can you just lay out the program outline for the 160 hours?
So the 160-hour program is comprised of 1 week of theory that is in the classroom, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. The remaining 3 weeks focus on the skills and maneuvering that is behind the wheel, both on a track and private property and out on the open road once the students obtained enough proficiency to do so.
And this is a new location?
Fort Myers location is going to be at Hodges University off Colonial. They have a giant unused parking lot, as many schools do, with online matriculation increasing. And there's a lot of pent-up demand in the Fort Myers market, particularly after Ian now, with the desperate need for commercial drivers to help with the recovery.
And how and where do you attract students from?
We don't really have a marketing budget because the demand is so high that we are on a waiting list at most locations. And most students are second and third career opportunity individuals who find a great opportunity for economic mobility and maybe even entrepreneurship, becoming an owner-operator through the logistics industry. A lot of people see this and they think automatically we're talking about over-the-road drivers, but the mission at Fleet Force is to empower drivers, strengthen companies, and build communities. And we mean that literally and metaphorically as well. Obviously, metaphorically, the logistics industry is a very insular community, and we're part of building that. But literally, we train your waste management drivers. We train the concrete truck drivers who pour the footers for your house. We train the flatbed drivers who move the sod that puts grass in the yards of all the homes that are being all across Florida. There's virtually no aspect of our lives that isn't touched by the commercial driver industry, and I know everyone knows the pent-up demand for this. It's going to get worse in Florida before it gets better. We lost 5,000 commercial drivers in Florida in the past 2 years. So we're going in the wrong direction, considering I think the population has increased by 1 million or so. So the marketing and advertising is more or less what the enormity of the opportunity, and we make that available to those who are seeking that economic mobility.
And the tuition rate?
So we're $69.95, and that includes 2 opportunities at taking the test, and an additional 10 hours of training should something go awry on the first test. I'll say that we have about 2 or 3 points higher than the state average on the first test, so we're just slightly better than the state average on the initial test. We'll never hit 100%. Some folks are just not meant to drive a large vehicle like that. But the second attempt, our passage rates go through the roof, and we get very close to 100% on the second attempt when folks realize what they did. More often than not, it's testing anxiety on the first test. People are very nervous about their first test, and when they come back the second time, they know what to expect, and they do a much better job. So I like to say that we lift people out of generational poverty every day. We take folks who make $13, $14, $15 an hour in 5 weeks. They'll have a job making $70,000 or $80,000 a year, and that's life-changing for individuals and families.
For sure. And are you a testing site? Are you
We're a third-party administrator for the state, and probably do more tests because of we have multiple locations across the state than just about anyone. We had one tester last year who did 1,361 tests himself last year, and that was the state record. So we're doing our best to test third-party students who have been trained elsewhere as well at the clip that the state requires, but it's drinking from a fire hose right now.
One question. Given the market demand and the competitive rates, how do you identify, recruit, incentivize instructors to make it?
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
So every one of my instructors, as an experienced CDL holder, could easily go get a job tomorrow making 6 digits a year or more. So it's a calling, and it's a cultural aspect of Fleet Force. One of our core values is empathy, and it's the requirement that you be able to see the enormity of what this means for families who are relying on this really as their next opportunity, particularly post-EN recovery. I mean, think about not just lives lost, but jobs lost and property gone, and insurance only covers so much, and they drag their feet on this. So finding instructors is exceedingly difficult. So if anyone holds a CDL and is interested in being an instructor, it's our greatest challenge to growth.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Just the financials, are those representative of the whole institution?
I noticed prior that those financials look a bit outdated, and I think what you may be looking at is a year past that wasn't posted, but I can provide year-to-date to the commission, which look significantly different than what you're looking at there.
Great, thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a motion to grant the provisional license upon the following contingencies being met: submission of an executed lease agreement between the institution and Hodges University. And we'll add, are you adding a contingency to get an updated year-to-date financials?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. Congratulations. Oh. Our next school is Healthcare Training Corp., number 11408.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm very nervous.
Oh, we're friendly.
Be nervous.
Commissioners, any discussion?
So I know that I heard the statistic the other day that 10,000 people a day turn 65.
Yes.
And I imagine that there is enormous demand for home health aides right now. And
Yes.
do you imagine that your graduates would seek direct engagement via families who need, or individuals who need this support, or do you imagine that they would go to work for an entity that helps them find those individuals and acts as the conduit?
Well, we're hands-on. We'll teach them how to, we give them those 75 hours where they're actually trained to be able to work with agencies. They'll be the ones that'll be hiring them.
Right.
But when they go there, they're going to be prepared. They're going to have everything that that agency is going to want to be able to give them employment.
Right.
So because we have such a large, well, a lot of retirees, we have a lot of people coming in the area. Let's say they call them snowbirds. They come down and they just kind of are here in the area at a particular time of the year, but they do need help. So, it makes me proud to know that, these students will be there, helping them, because that's actually what they need. They need all that support.
So is it a certification that is required for employment at the types of places that you're referring to?
Yes, certification is required. 75 hours is required by the state of
Okay.
Florida. Without that, no one can work. It is required.
And what's your capacity? How many students do you anticipate?
Well, we like to have a class at least once a month. The class is 3 weeks long. So minimum 6. I feel that that is perfect, because not only do we have a day class, but we'll also be running an evening class. So in the evening class, saying that it's 6 minimum, we can keep track of everything that we do. We can always, if there's any need, a special need, maybe we can have an agency coming in and explaining. We can have that same agency come in the morning and say, we have these jobs available. We like to keep it small. We know the need is there, but we want to put someone out there that's really going to help, not become a problem.
So I would also encourage you, as you're building, to make sure that you're tracking essentially your students from the class to the test for the certification to certify, just so that you can see the success of your curriculum and your delivery of instruction, so that they're completing the class, they're actually going and taking the test, and then
Yes, the before, during, and the after.
Yeah.
Yes, we will make sure we
because otherwise, like you said, they need the license or the certification to work. So we want to make sure that they're getting to the certification and then passing the certification. So
Yes, ma'am.
any other comments or discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations to grant the provisional license.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion is approved. Congratulations. See, you didn't have to be nervous. Our next school is Onyx Nail Academy, LLC, number 10151.
Commissioners, I'm Raquel Hughes.
Good morning.
Thanks for the invite.
So I'm interested in learning how you're going to set yourself apart. I know this is a very crowded market, and that there are a lot of schools providing this. And so tell me how you're different.
We do online courses as well as, well, when I try to do my on campus, we actually specialize in trying to make sure that our students are proficient not only in nails or nail designs, but also medical pedicures. So we want to make sure they're proficient with pedicures so that when should they go to a doctor's office and apply for a job, they'll be well prepared so that they can be trained in the medical field as well.
Can you tell me the difference between a regular pedicure and a medical pedicure?
Yeah, so with a regular pedicure, it's mainly for just the beautification, make sure the feet are feeling well, making sure that you have, basically your nails are trimmed and filed. Whereas on the medical side, you want to work on like reflexology as well as making sure that you can file the nails properly, especially for people with diabetes.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Yes, sir.
I imagine there's some growing demand there.
Yes.
Interesting. Are you currently working with medical offices and being able to gain that business from them?
Well, I've spoken to quite a few, but no, I'm not working with anyone right now.
How many students do you expect?
Online, I expect approximately maybe 16. My facility only houses 8 per class, so I was expecting to have 8 in the daytime, 8 in the evening.
So is it, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So it's a separate license for the medical? Or is it under?
I think it's a different certification, but it's the same license. So you have to, in order to be able to apply as a medical pedicurist, you actually have to have a license.
But it's
State
the same
board.
amount of hours
So,
for the license?
I'm sorry?
Is it, so for, like DBPR requires, is it how many hours?
180.
180, okay.
Yeah.
And I see you have, yours is 240 hours, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
I.
Would that include in that 240 hours, that certification?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it's a little over.
I feel like I needed the extra time because Chapter 6, it goes through a lot of anatomy and physiology, and they really, really need, every student needs anatomy and physiology. Every student needs, the Chapter 4, Chapter 5, and Chapter 6. And I know I'm kind of like talking just kind of over, but what that includes is diseases and disorders, and conditions, safety and sanitation, and things of that nature. And so I just felt like they needed that mostly, and that's every student, no matter where they work.
Okay, that's great. I never knew about medical pedicures and maybe partnering with nursing homes and
Yes.
different organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other discussion? Then we'll entertain a motion to grant the provisional license with staff, to accept staff recommendations, to grant the provisional license, and grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous online delivery for the theory portion only within the nail specialty diploma program.
So move.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Our next school is Fleep Hub Institute of Professional Development, number 9134.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hello.
Good morning.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Is there a difference between someone achieving certification to pursue this within the office of a medical office or a diagnostic office or mobile phlebotomy? Do those require something different?
The phlebotomy piece, no. The training, no. The certification that's done by a third party, no. There will be specific company training that will need to take place. Mobile phlebotomy tends to be people who go out on their own, they create a small company, and they go out as independent operators, provide a service to a third party, that could be a hospital or a healthcare facility. And that would come with additional requirements at that point in time, but from a technical standpoint, no.
Would the certification we're going to receive via this program empower that person to start their own mobile phlebotomy business?
There are many different options they have. They can go to the typical corporate America like Quest or LabCorp or BioReference and go to work for them. They can go to the hospital, healthcare, or doctor's offices, and some certainly are being recruited actively into mobile.
I became aware of this enormous demand for mobile phlebotomy recently, and how difficult it is to find someone who can do that. Not everyone can make it to the doctor's office for this purpose.
And the difficulties are that many people want to travel between homes and go into private homes, which comes with its own difficulty. And to be honest with you, the reimbursement today is not very, is not great. So there comes at a certain risk. If you have a high demand and you can do 8, 9, 10 stops in the same neighborhood, you can make money. But if you, but if you're in a more suburban area or urban area, it could be very difficult. So you have to be wise about that, how you operate.
Now I understand why we can't find one.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
What's the duration of the program? I see 192 hours.
So the duration is 11 modules. So and again, people can decide to join a cohort, which will start once a month, and if demand rises, we can do that more often. But people can also come and do one module at a time. Our motto is you live while you learn. So if it just doesn't fit into your work schedule and you want to just take one module, you pay for one module, you complete it, you get a recognition for that, but you cannot graduate from the program until you have completed all 11, plus the 40 hours or a minimum of 30 sticks or 10 heel sticks before you can actually sit for a third-party administered certification process.
Great. So it's self-paced, essentially.
It's self-paced, correct. We really want to create the opportunity for people who are currently working, not dissimilar to what Mr. Williams said earlier. Today making $12, $13, $14 an hour, waiting on tables. This would create an opportunity, not that it's $60,000 to $80,000, but they certainly can make $30,000 to $50,000 a year, and really provide for their family. So we want to be able to create hope and opportunity for people who would like to enter the professional career but don't have access to that today.
Yes.
Do you plan on partnering with diagnostic laboratories?
So interestingly, maybe. So most of them don't train their own phlebotomists. They hire people and then they train them specifically to their needs. We're open to any of that. If they would be interested, we're certainly willing to provide that service to them.
Very much a high need for diagnostic.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's a tremendous turnover, 30 to 40% turnover annually. People either go up to higher education and leave the industry, or don't feel the connection and leave. So there's a constant churn. All of the phlebotomists are required to have additional educational hours per year. So there's, in that sense, there is real, demand and access to opportunities. And the same thing is that, we talked about the franchise model, is we want to empower phlebotomists who are senior with additional opportunities to become that subject matter expert and train the next generation. But they don't have access to the curriculum. They don't have the wherewithal to be able to come to the commission and be able to go to the application process. So we can help them with that, right? It is all about creating hope and opportunity.
Are you in touch with medical providers who may be seeking your graduates in Collier County?
Say one more time.
Are you in touch with medical providers who might be seeking your graduates there in Collier County so that they have a pathway to employment?
Yeah, so that is one thing that is, and I think that was expressed in the application too, that we cannot offer that option. Obviously, when people are going to work to do their 40-hour clinical hours, they make connections and networks. We want to create a family of people. We train new people, we maintain existing, and we are very much into developing new leaders within the industry. Through that, they build their own network. They stay within our family of the phlebotomy world, and therefore they create opportunity and access to employment. But today we don't find employers for them. But we certainly create an opportunity and network, both in social media and networking with people to give them access without making any promises.
I asked that question only because I imagine, given the retirement age average in Naples and Collier County, that there are probably providers who might be willing to sponsor students.
No doubt.
And provide scholarships for them to go through should they meet their They're cultural requirements, right? To say, we love this person, please train them and send us an invoice.
And the way to do that is that everybody is required to do clinical hours.
Right.
And it is attractive to the physician or the group to be able to bring students in to be supervised by their, because that's kind of like looking under the hood. They get to see their personality behind the skills. And if they work out well, many of them will end up being placed and hired in that way.
So students are expected to find their own clinical placements, or you're
No, we will assist them with that. We have set places today, and it's really easy access to that, both from the commercial side as well as the healthcare side. People are open to that for the simple reason they're always looking for the next phlebotomist to come to work for them.
Are you doing, so in your training, are you using mannequin arms, or are you doing live sticks on each other? I mean,
I've been a paramedic for 30 years. When we did our services, we went to class and we opened up our arms and necks and we came back as pincushions. We don't allow that anymore. So everybody orders a phlebotomy kit that comes with an arm. You practice at home. You practice with a more senior person, in person or a video. And then when you go into the field, you have supervised phlebotomy sticks, both in the vein as well as in the heel for pediatric patients. That's the only time you will have real patients. So there's no massage therapy students coming for volunteers.
I might volunteer for the massage one. I'm not going to volunteer for yours.
Well, people are into different things.
Had to ask the question. Any other discussion?
I was just going to make a comment that this is absolutely wonderful offer that you've or business plan that you've put together, and this is extremely high need in the state of Florida. And I actually represent a very large health diagnostic company that is moving to Florida, but having trouble finding workforce. So I think you will do very well, and I'm happy to see this.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I do have a follow-up question on your online, I know you're seeking online delivery, but in the catalog it states you meet in a classroom once a week. I just want clarity on that.
So we offer both the theory-based online only, but we
Okay.
also offer people to come to Naples in our office and be able to sit in a cohort. So we want to provide them the best learning opportunity the way they want to learn, right?
Okay.
So it is online. It is supported by weekly lectures, interactive, via virtual basis, and then it can be one-to-one or in a cohort, but they can come into the classroom as well. And it's the same thing as subject matter experts beyond Naples, that we do the same philosophy, that you can do one-to-one, you can do cohort, you can do online self-paced learning.
Okay, and the externship that occurs after the
Yes.
theory
yeah.
courses?
Once you have received the 11 modules and you have sign off on that you have passed, and then you go into the field and complete your, it's 40 hours, it's really 30 sticks, phlebotomy sticks, and then 10 heel sticks.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other? You're good? Everyone's good? And hearing no other discussion, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the provisional license upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include a refund policy with in compliance with rule. And 2, submission of an updated faculty listing form to include current license information of all instructors.
All 3 have been submitted already.
Oh, excellent. And also to grant the approval of the hybrid asynchronous online delivery for the theory portion only within the phlebotomy diploma program upon issuance of the provisional license.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
You too.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 20-minute recess at this time. Pardon me? 30-minute recess at this time. We'll see you back here. Thank you.
Folks, we would
We're going to pick up where we left off, and we are going to talk about South Florida Barber School, number 11424. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioners, any discussion?
I had the same question here as I did regarding the massage schools. I'm interested because there's a big variation in barber schools for the number of hours their programs are and how you landed on your 9 and 6.
So Tallahassee recently changed their hours from 1,200 to 900
Okay.
and 600.
So that's why I've seen
So we
the
adapted
variance then.
the new schedule for hours.
Okay.
And how many students are you expecting?
We have a classroom capacity of up to 30 students, so there is a waiting list right at the moment.
Good for you. How many instructors does it require to teach 30 student capacity?
At the moment, one, we're offering a morning class and a night class.
Wow, 30 to 1. And how do you practice on those? Is it,
We have mannequins, and then we also are advertising to our community to be able to come in for the practical work.
Interesting.
And is your, there's your fees, I'm sorry. And is that a competitive fee in your area? Tuition, I'm sorry?
At the moment, we're just below the minimum.
The average, sorry, below the average.
Below, you're a little bit below the
Yeah,
average.
yeah, a little bit below.
And what is how do you break up the hours and the duration of time? You know, you have 900, 600 hours. What does that look like as a part of someone's schedule?
We have, the curriculum is based on the chapters that need to be taught in order for them to master the competencies in the test. Therefore, the 900 hours is based on certain hours per, like depending on the depth of the test, that if, for example, if the law takes up 30% of the test, then we spend the bulk of the time, not bulk, but most times on that.
And is that like over a 6-week period? How many?
Well, we will accept students on a monthly basis. However, the chapters will flow, and it basically flows about one chapter a month.
So tell me about your value proposition. There's some other licensed schools, maybe even in this room. How are you different? Are you going to differentiate yourselves from your competition?
I mean, we've opened up a state-of-the-art facility. In our community, there's not that many barber schools in the area. There's a handful of them. Usually a lot of the other schools are cosmetology schools that are based, and they offer all the courses. But as of right now, there's only about a handful of barber schools in our region. Where we are located will be the only school. And the same goes for all the other schools that are in our region.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the provisional license.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, and our next school is Well-Groomed Gentleman Academy, number 11356.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad Alberto came before I did.
I'm thinking on the wrong one. What is it? There we go.
So similar hours. I'd love to hear your answer to the same question. You know, what is going to, what's your value proposition, your point of differentiation from other schools?
Here's our differentiation from the other barber schools. We presently have a barber shop right now in Coral Gables. Coral Gables is a high-end location. And we have the idea that we're not a barber shop, we're there for an experience. When you come into our location, you're not there just for a haircut or a shave. We also offer manicure, pedicures, waxing, facials. We have a full bar, complimentary drinks. And what we try to do is we try to teach our workers, our employees, to accommodate themselves to a high-end barbershop. The reason why we want to open up this barber school is to get students to flow into a high-end barbershop.
Yeah, you need a bench, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, many of the barbershops nowadays are going in the other direction instead of in the higher-end direction. And we want to make sure that the students that we train try to come into this type of environment when you're taking care of bankers, community leaders, things like that, that they expect a higher end of service.
So are you similar to, what's the brand, Modern Gent?
Modern Gentlemen, yeah, you mean the ones that you see in the mall, yeah.
Yeah.
And the structure of your hours, like, what does it look like for a student?
It's, again, they did change. It's 600 hours is for a restricted barber. We're still going to stay with the 900 hours, which is 480 in theory, 420 in lab. We have the capacity to 30 students. We want to make sure that they have plenty of opportunity in lab. Cutting not only the mannequins hair, but we're going to offer our clientele free haircuts so they can come in with the students. That should not hinder our other business because you're going to have clients that don't mind going with a student, and you're going to have clients that want the experience.
And is this operating in the same space?
It is not,
It is
but
not.
it's very close.
Okay.
And I guess I'm still must be asking the question clumsily. So the period of time that it takes for a student to start and finish?
About 9 months.
Thank you. There we go. And you feel that you're competitively priced in your market?
We took a look at all our competitors around the area. There, like Albert said, there's only a handful of barber schools throughout the South Florida area, and we wanted to make sure that we priced ourselves competitively. We just went just a little bit below.
And so the rationale between barbering and cosmetology, and how does that, like as a business model, how does that figure
Okay.
into your
That's a great
plan?
question because cosmetology, it has other items. Like, for example, the cosmetologist can do facials. They can do manicures. They can do pedicures. The barbers cannot. The cosmetologist can cut hair, but they cannot shave with a straight razor blade. So there's a differential there. So if you want to be a barber, you can do it all and it encompasses everything. If you want to be a cosmetologist, you can only do certain things. Most barbershops have both, cosmetologists and barbers, and they're allowed to work together. Just make sure that the cosmetologist does not use a straight razor blade when they're shaving.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yep.
So for your existing business, I'm assuming you have to have an on-premise license.
Sorry?
For your existing business where you're building this bench for to move
Right.
into, I'm assuming you have an on-premise alcohol license, because I heard you say that earlier,
We
right?
do not because we give it for free. We don't sell them.
Really?
Yeah, it's absolutely free. So if you give it away,
can't do that with your truck
you don't
driving
need a license.
Oh, very interesting.
And by law, you got to give it to everyone. So anybody that comes in with the client's spouse, everyone is offered. Believe it or not, we have a full bar with Johnny Walker Black and everything else, and the majority of the people drink coffee.
Well, that's a shame.
It is. But it helps our bottom line.
I applaud you for trying to build your own bench and kind of vertically integrating your business, because it's really difficult to find folks that are culturally aligned, and that shared core values is difficult to match via 2 or 3 interviews of an existing licensed barber. I understand what you're saying there.
There's no doubt. And unfortunately, right now, with the immigration situation that's happening, you'll be amazed how many people come from other countries that are very skilled.
Oh, I bet.
Very skilled.
Yeah.
but they don't have a work permit or a state license, and we can't hire them because we do everything by the book. We're franchisable now, so the academy is super important to us because we don't only want to flow students to our location, but to our franchises also.
Yeah. Are you going through the FTC process of
We already
franchising right
did.
now?
We're 100% approved.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Thank you. Remind me for the cosmetology license in Florida, the hours required by DBPR?
That one's a little bit different. There you're going to need 1,200 hours. Okay?
And that's what you're...
And it's 590 in theory, 610 in lab.
Wow.
Yeah, because it encompasses a lot of other items. It's not just cutting hair and
Facials,
shaving.
nails, yeah.
When also in our school, we want to encompass waxing, which is, believe it or not, a very big business right now. Nose wax, ear wax, eyebrow wax, even for men. We need grooming too.
So if, Madam Chair,
Yeah, of course.
if there's been a push to deregulate some of these industries in the legislature, in the Florida legislature, if the amount of hours required by DPPR, say, like went to half of what they currently require, how would that impact your program?
Well, it would impact us in a positive way because we'll be able to get students graduated quicker. But I got to be honest with you, they need to practice.
So you,
They do need
do you think
the
the 1,200
hands-on.
is
I would
appropriate?
not recommend to bring it down half. I would recommend to bring it down a quarter or somewhere in that area because a lot of it then becomes repetitive. But half, they need some hands-on training.
Do you plan to offer tuition reimbursement or something like that for someone who joins your team after licensing? Obviously, they're not required to join your team, right? At your other
Absolutely
business.
not.
Yeah.
No. But tuition reimbursement, no, but they can work it off at our location at a reduced rate.
Meaning they wouldn't necessarily have to pay the tuition up front under the agreement that they work with you
Well,
after?
I can't say that. You know why? Because unfortunately, in this industry, there are jumpers. They jump from one
Sure.
barbershop to another every 2 to 3 years. So we would charge and then work it off of them. In other words, we reimburse them slowly.
Right, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what an incentive.
So for your 30 students, do you have one instructor?
For right now, we have one instructor. I already have another one approved, ready to go. But I can't do anything until we have the provisional license and get ready to go.
Are you anticipating primarily male students?
I'm anticipating all kinds of students. Right now, in my present barbershop, I got 14 barbers, out of which 6 are females.
Okay.
Will you be training your franchisees in this school?
Not yet. Not until we get down how to do the training and the schooling properly. We've also bringing in a consultant that already has a school. He's already going to be accredited next month. He's been there for 3 years to make sure that we do everything right.
I think, and I'll say the same thing I've said to some of the healthcare schools, is that really pay attention to the students that complete your coursework, take the test, and successfully get their license. I think that transition from completion to testing to earning the license is really important.
It's amazing how many students go to the class, pay for the classes, and never take the test.
Yeah.
And part of that responsibility also falls on the barbershops that they go work. They should not.
Right.
They should make sure that they continue their education and make sure that they take the exam. Because if not, then what did they take it for? Because then they forget the questions and the answers.
And I think we've heard yesterday some schools are thinking about incentives for the students to test, because it's really a reflection for when you think about franchising, it's a reflection on your school, whether the students, whether you think, whether you're putting that responsibility in the students' hands, I understand, but it's still a reflection on your school that, X percent don't test or what percent test and pass. I mean, those are all important metrics for you as you look for your next school. So.
There's no doubt. You got to stay on them.
Any other discussion? Commissioners, so we'll take a motion then to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the provisional license upon the following contingencies being met. One, the submission of completed instructional and administrative personnel forms with supporting credentials for all newly hired faculty that will be teaching the cosmetology diploma that demonstrates compliance with the rule.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
luck. You too. And our last school in this category is the Institute of Laser Training, number 10178. So we're flying a little bit here.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. So can we just ask you to give us a little bit of a insight into the number of hours in the laser training, as well as your capacity and the number of students that you expect to serve?
Sure. The program's 320 hours. 120 hours of that is academic or didactic, and 200 hours of that would be practical training. We plan to run the class over a 12-week period and probably have about 6 students in each of those classes.
Okay. And so each of those classes being separate. So what would be the total students then?
So based on 6 per class, which would run 12 weeks, that would be about 24 students a year.
Okay, super. And what's the cost? What's the tuition?
$4,500.
And where do the students go to work, and what does that job outlook look for them?
Yeah, it's a very good market right now. The aesthetics business is very strong, so the students would find opportunity working in various spas. A lot of the students either already have an esthetician's license or facial specialist license, and so they're usually adding to that so that they can get more into a medical realm. A lot of them are doing medical aesthetics already, so adding the electrology license enables them to do laser hair removal and opens that door for them.
Excellent. And how many instructors?
There's just one instructor at this time.
Right, I would assume. Okay. Commissioners, any other? Yes.
So most cosmetology schools do not offer this training? Is that why there's a need, seems to be a need to have it?
Yes, cosmetology schools and cosmetology licenses are under the DBPR. This license is under the medical board. So the Electrology Council acts as an advisory board to the medical board, and so the actual license is through the medical board.
Okay.
So I'm assuming the demand among the med spas that I see popping up everywhere is enormous for this certification. Is that what?
Yes, there is.
Is it, and I know we mentioned hair removal. Is this laser treating skin as well? You know, skin spots, sunspots, those?
The training and license that the students would obtain would be strictly for laser hair removal.
Okay.
But it does tend to open the door in a number of medical offices. Doctors have the leeway to make judgment as to who they would like to perform various services on other types of light-based devices. So usually when a graduate shows up at the office and shows that they are licensed for laser hair removal, many times the doctors will allow them to use other types of lasers under their direction.
So what is it? What are they called when they go through this certification? What is the?
It's an electrology license. So what had happened over the years is that doctors were looking for someone who could perform laser hair removal, and since electrologists were the professional hair removal people out there, they decided that electrologists would be the people that should be allowed to do this laser hair removal. And so technically they're getting an electrology license, but the laser is considered one of the modalities used in hair removal.
So those aren't the same things then?
Yeah, it's a license that they would have for the electrology license. Originally, the electrology license just included thermolysis, galvanic, and the blend modalities using hair epilators, which basically were electrical devices for the removal of hair. And then added to that was the additional light-based modality of laser hair removal.
Okay, now I see what you're saying. Interesting.
Mr. Ferguson, please. I don't think your mic's on.
There is an electrolysis board that falls under the Department of Health. And,
Correct.
the requirement is that a doctor, that they perform this under the supervision of a physician. There's a couple of different types of lasers. The ruby laser, I guess the best way to say this is there's a high-tech laser, and then there's the hair removal laser. A lot of the medical professions now are starting to use, and I'm assuming that you guys will have some students that could in fact be employed in a physician's office.
Correct, that's correct. Yeah, many of the students are employed.
But they have to submit to that laser board. They have to be approved, not unlike any of the others, as to what they do. But then they have to be licensed by this commission for the students, for the training. But there's also that electrolysis board. And I'm assuming that you submitted whoever your physician is that's going to be your...
Correct, yes. And, they have changed some of the rules on the supervision now, that telemedicine is allowed to be used.
Yes, yeah,
So
it
that's
is.
the newest
COVID
update.
did a lot of things. But
In their location.
if they, and if I misspeak, please tell me. This now has become really regulated because we're to the point now that lasers can be very damaging if it's in the hands of someone who doesn't really understand what they're doing.
Mhm. That's correct.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We'll call for a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the provisional license.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is
you very much.
approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes Section B. We will now move on to Section C, application for annual license. There are 9. Commissioners, we can take these by consent. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
And Commissioner Whitaker, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor? And now I will ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner, I'll start with you, Commissioner Stefano.
Could you come back to me? I mean, I'd like
Sure,
to hear
sure.
staff recommendation.
Okay. I just lost my... Is anyone ready to go?
Number 3.
Commissioner Williams, number 3.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cross, number 1. I would like to pull number 4.
Number 9, please.
Number 9. And that takes me to you, Ms. Pelton. Are there any staff?
We have none. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then I would like to call for a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved for those items. Now we'll take them one at a time. Number 1, Accelerated Dental Assisting Academy, number 7800. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to ask about the title of the school, Accelerated. So what makes it accelerated relative to other dental assisting programs?
We are a 10-week dental assisting school, so we felt that being able to get into the workforce a little quicker than the typical, what we find our main competition is a longer environment, like a 2-year accredited school, and we are not, obviously, so.
Are the number of clock hours the same as other DA schools?
Yes, usually. They vary from 80 to 120. We've kind of met in the middle there because we like to give observation and participation days, which is a little more hands-on with the actual dental offices. And we find that also helps them with their hireability, because once they're able to get in front of those dentists, the dentists appreciate what skills they may have learned and such from us.
Okay. So how are you able to accomplish it in shorter period of time? Is it a nighttime program, daytime, longer hours?
No, we do Saturdays only. We do
Okay.
an 8-hour full day. The first 4 hours is lecture. The second 4 hours is clinical. We do that, it's a repetitive thing. And then we do a participation day, which is a full 8 hours, and an observation day in the beginning, before the participation day, that's a 4-hour. And that one's held during the week in the practicing dental office. We also are using a learning management system called Canvas. And so the students are able to do homework and practice at home. They can review the lectures that they've had in class as well as many times as they want. And then Canvas is available to them after the program ends as well for their lifetime. So,
And it looks like you had your first class last fall.
yes, in
With a
September.
high completion rate in placements. How has it been in this year so far?
It's been wonderful. We only do 10 students. It's a 10-to-1 ratio. We do have 4 instructors available to us because we don't like burnout, because we do 3 semesters a year. But it has been, wait, I forgot the question. What was it again? I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. What did you ask?
Your, this year's
Oh, yeah.
cohorts.
So I have it right here. Hold on 1 second. Our spring 2022 actually did very well as well. We had 9 enroll and 100% graduated, with 60% hired so far. And we had 10 in our summer 22, which just ended, and that's 100% graduated and 60% hired as well. I'm sorry, this spring was 66% hired. We also have a career services department that continues to reach out to them up to a year to be able to help them with any issues they're running into as they're getting interviews or job placement or what have you. We don't guarantee jobs, but we do help coach them with the resumes and getting out there and do job shadowing and stuff like that to try to keep these numbers high.
So do you have a wait list to get into these programs?
Yes, so we are hoping to be able to add locations as soon as this annual license is approved, because it is becoming a viable situation, and especially in Tampa, but in Florida, I believe we'll be successful as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Whitaker.
So you said 60% from the last 2?
66 for spring so far, and
higher.
60 for summer, which just ended.
Okay.
Mhm.
So the spring, do you think that it could be an updated?
Sure, it does. Like I said, we reach out up to a year after,
Okay.
so we get those little stragglers that come in.
Right.
But we do have, and I don't know if others find this, but we do have a lot of times where kids, well, I say kids, students will just, they'll take the class and they're not interested in pursuing a job after
So-
they've completed, and that's
Right.
not
So
anything
they
we
may
can
be
do.
in a different industry, so
Yeah.
they're not like
So that's not
unemployed
anything we can
necessarily.
control.
They just
right.
may not be in the dental. Okay.
Mhm.
Any other discussion? We'll take a motion then to take the staff's recommendations to grant the annual license upon the following contingencies being met: the completion of an on-site visit and report by commission staff to determine compliance with the commission standards of Chapter 6E, with any identified deficiencies corrected.
So move.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. The motion is approved.
Great, thank y'all so much.
Congratulations.
We appreciate y'all.
Thank you. The next item pulled was Career Tech number 4325. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I believe you guys were here earlier for a substantive change of ownership. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Can you walk us through that so we know where we are today?
Yeah, so basically the owner, the main owner passed away in 2019.
Sorry
And
to
the
hear that.
minority owner, we were trying to get that updated. So with that being said, we had to kind of change gears on our direction because the original owner and I had a different vision for the school than the current majority owner, if that makes sense. So we have the minority owner is now the majority owner, and the two of us work together to try and build a new vision that's comparable for the industry and for both of us. Is that what you were at?
It is.
Okay.
That was a great answer. So tell me about that vision.
So our vision for the school is basically, my background's in higher education. I have no experience in truck driving, never been a truck driver, but I can put together a program. And so that was my dynamic to bringing that to the school, whereas my business partner has that CDL experience and testing experience. My vision has always been to franchise and build and build and build, which was the original owner's vision, and he just didn't know how to start or do that. And the minority owner has always been wanting to stay and lay low and just, enjoy things as they happen and as they come. So with that, I've had to learn some balance. And so right now, we're somewhere in between that.
Is this this catalog you guys have submitted looks significantly different than maybe it did prior? Is this your work? Well done.
Thank you.
So since you're managing this transition of ownership simultaneously with the implementation of FMCSA's new ELDT ruling,
Everything.
right? Have you guys been able to get registered through the TPR? And
We're registered. We have a lot of oversight. I put together a pretty thorough curriculum to make sure that we're hitting all the highlights and the requirements, which is kind of hard because I think everybody thinks that they can just get in a truck and, we can just figure it out later. As long as you can drive, nothing else matters. But it does. There's so much oversight, so much paperwork, so much, attention to detail that we've got to make sure is covered, and especially with that new regulation, it's critical.
so these advanced professional logistics specialists, employment, all of those look new from the previous offering, right?
Yeah, so we had those programs initially. We went through the accreditation process, got approved. After the original owner passed away, again, some of our objectives shifted with those programs. After the owner passed away, we had COVID that hit just 2 months after, so the school went through a lot, all at the same time. And I know my goal and Kevin's goal, the other owner, was to, because the school meant a lot to the community and a lot of people, was to do whatever we could to keep the doors open if it meant our own resources. So that's what we did. But we focus more on the 160 programs rather than the 320 and the longer ones, because at that time there was a demand and people needed to get out and get working as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but the 320 and the 9s, those were added via this commission prior.
Yeah, it was before. It was commissioned prior. Those were original
Or
programs.
the change of ownership, yeah.
Mhm.
Are you
Yeah.
delivering any part of this online?
No, not at all.
And is the requesting entity here, let me make sure I get this right. Sorry, I'm scrolling. You guys are a TPA via HSMV for testing, also the same entity?
We're not the same entity. The other owner, Kevin Wynn, actually is the TPA. He is in charge of the third-party testing. I handle the education side and the school side. He really just had a testing business, and so he's had to jump in and be more involved since the owner passed away, and he was the other owner involved.
So how many students you guys?
We have a very
Serving.
small campus. We've got right now roughly maybe 25, 30 students currently. We like it like that. I'd love for it to be huge and these big campuses, but as you know, there's a lot of challenges in finding good instructors. And so we want to make sure that we're putting out quality education to our students and to the community.
Yeah. So you had a pretty small staff for the programs that you're offering. Obviously, those can't really overlap. You can't teach the advanced while you're teaching the 160, right? So I don't know how many enrollments you have in those additional programs.
Yeah, and so to be honest with you, we just purchased the property that we're on right now, and expansion will make a lot of that possible. The challenge is with that is most of our students, they want to get in and get out and get working. I mean, as you mentioned before, they make 6 figures on the road their first year. And so that's significant for some of the students that come through our school that have little to no debt, and now they can make that kind of money. It's life-changing for their families.
Any of your instructors also testers?
Nope.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a motion to accept staff recommendation to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you so much. This has been a 1.5 year long journey.
You made it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is First Coast Nursing Assistant Training Center, number 7762.
Good morning.
Hello. Can you tell us how your program is structured, the 120 hours?
Sure. We have a day program and an evening program. The day program runs from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It is a 3-week program. The first 2 weeks are the 80 hours of theory, and then the last week is the 40 hours of clinical practice. The clinical runs from 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. One of our partners, Life Care Center. And the evening program is a 5-week program, and it runs from 6 to 10 p.m. The evenings. And then we have a full weekend of clinicals. I think it's the 2nd or 3rd weekend. And then we do evening rotations the last week. So that's how we meet.
Thank you. And your clinical affiliations are, so you provide those clinical placements for your students?
Yes, ma'am. Life Care Center, Jacksonville is.
Okay, Life Care Center,
just 4 blocks down the road from our school.
And we see that you have your placement in last year, or you're currently enrolled. So tell me how many you have currently enrolled?
Right now, right this second?
Or just, so let's say last year.
Right this second, well, last year in total, let me just pull the number because I was just looking at it right now. On the last document that we submitted for the school, we had 106 students enrolled. 12 of them withdrew, graduated 84, and placed 72 of them.
And your placement, are they tending to stay with your clinical affiliations, or are they going, where are they going?
Some of them do. Some of them I hired right away from the practice that we do. And then some of the others are people that are coming already from a location where they've been an HHA, and they're just moving on to the next step. So they just go back.
And do you help them with placement, or are they?
We have job fairs. They come to the facility. We have a rotation of people that come. Every day you find a new agency that needs CNAs, and they are all more than willing to come. We have big boards where we post and pin all the job applications or job possibilities. And yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, great. Because the entry-level wage for CNAs, even though there is a demand, right? There's a market demand, but the wage is still not being driven by that demand, which is kind of surprising because there's still a lot of other positions, entry-level with no skills or training required, that you can make more money probably than in a CNA. But do you work with your employer partners at all to think about career trajectory for their employees? Because that's if someone's investing their time and money into the training, we want them to have a career plan.
We try to do our best to promote. Right now, we just created a partnership with Home Care of Jacksonville. I'm just trying to make sure it's not Home Senior Care. There are so many similar names. And our partnership is actually they are going to be sponsoring some of their HHAs or their staff to become CNAs.
Oh, nice.
To be able to pay them better wages in an effort to secure some long-term stability.
Right. So that's great. It's a great model then.
They don't have such a high staff rotation because it's a profession that creates a lot of burnout, very demanding. You have a lot of students that walk into and they really don't know what a CNA does until they start going through the class, and then they're kind of like, I don't know if I want to be cleaning somebody's behind, right? It's just so.
Right. It is definitely.
It's a challenge, but yeah, we work with that, and we have that partnership, and that is, an idea that we have to work with other companies.
And it's then that employer partner taking someone that's maybe in a completely different function to help build their own talent supply, right? So that's a good model, and then to pay for the student. I don't have any further questions. Any other comments, Commissioner Whitaker?
So the tuition is only $950?
The tuition is $1,100. Does it say 950?
I see 1,100. I don't know.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at that. So just even that's a low number. How is the financial situation overall, and how are you able to? You have other sources of.
We have other sources of income. Our main company is a CPR company, First Coast CPR.
Okay.
And we've been established 8 years.
Got it.
We have contracts with different people, and we have open enrollment classes. We knew getting into this business that it was going to be, slow to pick up, because you have to build up your street cred, right, your credibility, and to bring people in. The fact that the Red Cross chose us to continue delivering their curriculum, that was a great sign. And then, it's been a slow progress, so we are, to be honest, losing some money right now, but the forecast is always to improve. Losing as in the CNA, right? The other companies are good.
Got it.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, take a motion to accept the staff recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Commissioner Whitaker, do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Cross. All those in favor? Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. And our last in this category is Tony's Academy LLC, number 7919.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Commissioners, any discussion?
you say something about the amount of students that you've had, amount of graduates, and their placements?
Okay, I've had about 40 graduates already. I don't have the exact number, but I know I have a big amount of their license already. And I do have I know a lot of barbershops, salon owners too, and we go visit them, or I also invite them to come and give a demo, and they get to meet the students, so they get to interact with the students and see if there's a connection. So I do offer that with the students. I want to add, I did have one student that he was working about 8 years in his garage. He has a lot of experience. He has a lot of clientele from his garage. But he wanted to do everything right. He came to school, got licensed, and I saw that he has the talent. He's already mature. He was 38 years old. And I recommended that, he could open his own barbershop, and he did. He did open his own barbershop, and he's being very successful.
Great, I'm looking for.
How many enrollments relative to those graduates? I heard you say about 40 graduates. Was there a larger enrollment than that, or what's your completion rate, I suppose, is what I'm asking?
Completion, yes, completion. Yeah, I think I have like about 48 that completed. Yesterday, I had a barber stylist passes my first barber stylist complete his program and get licensed. And my cosmetologist, I've had from yesterday another one. She challenged the board, the DBPR, at 1,000 hours. Cosmo is required for 1,200, but at 1,000 hours, she felt she was ready, and she passed it on her first try.
Good for you. Well, I'll applaud your advancement since 2020 when you began this journey. It might feel small to you, but to others who see it from the outside, but looking at this, I know you've made significant advancements over time, and that's just an indication that you're doing things right.
Yes, I'm very passionate. I love it. Since I got licensed in 2011, I haven't stopped. I do a lot of continuing education. I want to learn more, and I didn't think I was going to have a school one day, but I thank God for that. And I'm very passionate in what I do, and I love to transmit that to the students. And I heard a while ago about incentive for when they pass their license. To me, that is very important. Once they're done, I'm like, okay, once they get approved, you have your candidate number. It's time to make your appointment with Person View, and you need to take this test as soon as possible. They pass it, they come to school, and I have a board, and I put their license when they get it, and that's, to me, that's the best wall I have in my school, to have their license on the board.
And you've done this with almost no debt, so congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, no debts. Yeah, believe me, I'm a migrant worker. I used to pick strawberries. I was in the field. I know how it is to start from the bottom, from nothing. Nothing was given to me. Hard work, no loans, and I'm pushing hard every day.
That's impressive. It's an American dream, and congratulations. Could you clarify I love that you encourage your students to apply to take the test at DBPR, even if they haven't met the 1,200. But what is DBPR's process with that?
They can, the cosmetology, they can challenge the board at 1,000 hours. That's
so
an
once
option.
they hit the 1,000?
Yes. If they do fail, they have to come back to school and complete the other 200 hours. Yes.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we will take a recommendation to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license upon the following contingency: that there is a completion of an on-site visit and report by commission staff to determine compliance with the commission standards of the rule and any identified deficiencies corrected. And also grant the approval of the facial specialist diploma program upon issuance of the annual license.
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you. I did have an on-site visit already about 3 months ago.
3 months ago?
Yes,
So this was likely met then?
Yes, it was in July of 2022, and the deficiencies noted were fixed.
Yes.
Okay, so then that's not a condition. we can remove the contingency from that motion then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now moving on. There are no schools under Section D, application for extension of annual license, so we'll move to E, application for annual renewal, and we have 36. Do we do this by, those are one by one? No, that we'll take a motion to consider these applications by consent.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we will, so the motion is approved to take the items by consent, and I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. I gotta get to my list. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost on that one. Yeah, I definitely will. I just gotta. Okay. Commissioner Whitaker, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for giving me a minute to gather
Okay,
myself.
I'd like to pull 27,
I'm sorry?
27, 29, 31 and 32.
Commissioner Cross?
In addition to those, can we pull item number 1?
Sure. Any others?
Number 29.
29 was called.
Okay.
My colleagues have
Okay.
pulled the list ahead, so.
Ms. Pelton, do the staff have any?
None beyond those that the commissioners have requested.
Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask if 34 was called.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Would you like to call that
Yes,
one?
please.
Okay. Is that all? Then, first, we would then like to take a motion to accept staff's recommendations on number 2 through 26, number 28, 30, 33, 35, and 36.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. And now we will start with number 1, and that is, I think it's a Beauty School of Tampa, Inc., number 4127. Is there anyone here from a Beauty School of Tampa? I see movement, but no one coming forward. Okay. So without we can still just discuss it. So, commissioners, with the discussion on this one?
I had some clarifying questions to ask of them, so
Is it something that we can ask and have the staff?
We are happy to inquire given that they are not here, staff's recommendation would be to, at a minimum, add an on-site visit contingency and perhaps suggest delaying their licensure. They have it would appear from the data reported by the institution that they have had a dramatic increase in enrollment and may not have sufficient facilities to house that many students, among other things.
Commissioners, I'll take a recommendation or a motion to to Ms. Pelton's point, to either delay or to add contingencies? How do you see it?
If we delay, it would be discussed at a future meeting.
In November? It would get deferred to November?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, that's your motion, is to delay this, or defer?
Motion to delay.
Motion to delay, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. And the motion is approved. Thank you. Then that moves us to number 27. Find it. Which is, I'm sorry, I was going to read it. Rockledge Institute, School of Health and Beauty, Rockledge, 5039. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
I was just going to, can you just go over how your financial situation, where you are there, and
To go over our financial situation, I would say, to be honest, with COVID, we did take a little hit there because we weren't able to bring in as many people as we were before. So we also downsized in our site, the facility, and we agreed with staff to not accept as many students during that time. So we've decreased enrollment as a result of the size of the location, but we are also in the process of trying to get a larger space. But we also did get approved to do, I'm trying to say? Online. So because of that, it also has improved or increased enrollment because of the fact that we are able to do online learning as well.
okay. And do we have updated financial information?
You should have the most recent one. We've sent the one for last year,
So from
2021.
from 2021, where are you now with total liabilities?
But it's not listed. Oh, there it is.
I see 5,000, about 6,000. So how much has changed?
I mean, we're at about the same, I would say.
About the same?
Yeah.
This one.
How many staff do you employ?
We're the staff. We have an additional cosmetology instructor, but he does both the barber programs and I do the pharmacy technician.
Okay. And how much is your lease a month?
About $700 right now, because again, we decreased in size.
Okay. And how many students do you currently have?
Just pull that up, please.
8 students.
Eight.
Okay. How much is their tuition?
It depends on which program, but hold on, I'll tell you.
And I can look. I'm not doing this for a drill. I apologize. So thank you for the information. Round
no,
numbers.
You're fine. So pharmacy technician program right now is at, when we submitted our new catalog, it was at 3,000, but before that, it has always been at 1,800. To be honest, I'm a pharmacist, and I know students cannot afford 20,000 like some of the schools in the area, and I work with technicians every day, and they can't pay that, and it's not worth it because they won't make the money. So this is kind of like a give back to the community, as well as the barber program as well. Like the restricted barber program, we only charge 3,000, barber stylist $5,550, cosmetology $7,700, and we haven't had cosmetology students. So we are pretty much giving back. We have a barbershop that we own a pharmacy as well. So some of these things are just our way to help others. It's not like we're not getting rich at the moment. We would like to be rich, but we're not. So.
And commissioners, please feel free to interrupt me. Your last financials show that you have about $6,000 of cash on hand.
Mm-hmm.
If you did not pay yourselves, and I understand you have
We
other
don't.
businesses that
Mm-hmm.
may be paying you or subsidizing this
Correct.
school, you'd have less than 10 months of runway, and that doesn't account for any student expenses. That doesn't account for a whole lot. To what extent and what is the appetite, what is the willingness of your other businesses to continue on an ongoing basis to subsidize the school?
So, you can say, but what can I finish first? So to be really honest, you threw me off when you did that. The school is something that we're passionate about. We've had it since 2013. He's a veteran. Again, like I said, I'm a pharmacist and I've done this, and it's to help people. It's not to hurt the community. And we are doing a lot more outreach. We've been working with Career Source and some other entities in the area to try to bring in other outside agencies that will pay for it. Most of our students pay for themselves. So it's not where they're getting financial aid. It's people who really want to do this and are interested in working and getting out there and having a career. So yes, we have sacrificed since 2013 to keep it going, and we plan to continue to do that, but we do plan to increase as well. We just recently applied for a new program, which we've had several people calling, trying to get enrolled for that already, which we haven't been approved yet to say, yes, we can start them, but we're doing other things to try to increase the income for the school.
And thank you for sharing that, and thank you for what you're doing. It is a laudable mission, and I'm certain the community appreciates it. I know we appreciate it. If I may go out on a limb for a moment, it might be worth considering, if the other businesses or you personally are subsidizing the school, to establish a charitable foundation to offer subsidized scholarships and subsidizing factors to students that might be more financially beneficial and more clear for all involved, including the students and yourselves.
Okay.
Director, I'd like to note the tuition amounts that you guys just referred are not the tuition amounts that we have documented in the summary. All four of them were different, which is immaterial. Just to point out that what we had in front was not what the numbers were that she gave us.
Does the commission have a current catalog? And pardon me, Commissioner Williams, the most current catalog, does the commission have a copy of that catalog?
Yes. That's true, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for your service as a veteran. I'm wondering if you guys have gone down the road of being able to accept post 9/11 GI Bill, potentially, leveraging your experience and relationships in that regard to bring in more students and tuition money?
So yes, that is something that we are in the process of doing. I personally used the GI Bill to obtain my barber's license back in 2004. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, OIF, OEF veteran. I'm a 100% disabled veteran. So what we came up with is honestly a way to get me out of the house and back into the community through something that I know, and what I knew was barbering, and she's a pharmacy, so we added pharmacy tech into that mix, and that's why it's not about the end amount as far as how much money we make a year, but what are we providing to the community? Are we able to provide a trade to people? Are we able to provide life skills to individuals that, unfortunately, they don't have those things? So with my experience as a veteran of Marine Corps, my experience of having a master's degree in education, I provide a lot to these individuals for a very low cost of $5,000, of $6,000, of $3,000, So technically with what we provide, it should be more, but we understand that there is a section of community, of our community, that can't receive financial aid. So we pretty much have been able to survive and continue to keep our doors open with those individuals that come through that are just thankful that we are able to charge the prices that we do charge.
Yeah. So, it's ironic that veterans are so qualified in so many ways, and so many struggle to reassimilate into the civilian world, right? And I hear that you had that story, and I see that story every day. So that's why I brought up the ability for you guys to navigate that process, and so you can have others follow in your footsteps. So what's the one thing that you guys need right now to go from where you are to where you want to be?
I'm sorry, I know that wasn't a trick question, but it kind of was right now. We need a lot, actually, but
if you had to pick one, I'm trying to understand. So when we see you again,
be really
that
honest,
you focus
what
on that
we
thing,
could
right?
do, we have the potential to expand this business into another location, and that's what we've been trying to do. So we have an application right now that's pending with the commission to have another school, which we have a barbershop in a completely different county, and that is really where we got this whole concept from in the first place. As owners, we saw the need for better training and people who didn't really care about the students, and we had barbers come in who couldn't hold clippers or shears, and we were going, what in the world is happening? We can't hire these people. And like someone else who came up here said that they were in a higher end community, our barbershop is too, and we can't have people calling us and saying like, your barber just sliced me with a razor, because they didn't know what they were doing. So this is where he came in and was like, this is crazy, we can't hire people, we don't know what to do with them. So we opened a school in the location where we currently reside, and our plan was to expand that and open branch locations, but honestly, there is no provision for you to kind of just open a branch, so it's been a process. So we were trying to get this one up and running and established first, and then open a new one, but it would have been so much easier for us if we could have just said, hey, we've been here since 2013, we're ready to expand, we have online learning, we can
Like
do
you were
this.
opening an auxiliary classroom of
Right,
sorts,
if we could do that, it would have made it so much easier. So that is really what we need, a different, I'm begging of you for a different process where we can say, hey, we want to do better, we want to do more. If we can open this location, I know it would do 10 times better than the location that you're currently looking at right now.
Well, I appreciate you guys bringing that transparency to the rest of the commission here, at understanding the hurdles you guys face to growth. You don't have any concerns about getting out over your skis with that other location, so to speak?
No, it's a no-brainer, really. Honestly, if you all were to say today, like, hey, well, we'll give you permission to take 5039 and just move it to the location and transition other students out, I'll do that, because we've just been waiting so long for that one. I would just rather go with what we definitely know that has the potential to do that with that one, so.
Because the other location is going to give you clientele and the ability to train.
And the, yeah.
I got you. So
With the
there's
other
multiple
location,
revenue streams there then.
With the other location, we are already tapped into the community. The barbershop has been there for 20 years. It's off of Bay Meadows Road in Jacksonville, Florida, one of the busiest business districts in Jacksonville. We have 4,000 square feet on Bay Meadows that we run and operate as a barbershop and salon that we plan on transferring into a school.
And that's already operating as a
Yes, it's
salon.
been operating 20 years now.
Outstanding.
But you live in Rockledge.
Yes, we stay in Rockledge.
Do you commute?
We do. But we have children there, so that's, and family. So we go back and like they're adults, but we still go see the babies. So.
Understand.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes,
take a point
please.
of privilege? May I recommend to you that you put together a statement, a letter, and make sure that it's quantifiable regarding the other application? I understand that's not why you're at the podium today, but regarding outlining the other businesses, your willingness and your intent to subsidize those businesses and provide it as a supplement to the commission, and include me on that email, please. That will help us facilitate getting that location's application in front of the commission.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had one more. I really appreciate your mission and what you want to do for the community. The concern I have is, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it seems like you graduate very few students of your enrollments. And so, and maybe I have the wrong data on this report, but I think I showed 20 graduates on 78 enrollments.
No, it shouldn't be that. 'Cause
Last year, 32 enrollments and 4 graduates.
No.
So maybe this needs to be updated.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Because I see, like, under the student data for each year, it shows a how much higher number than if you look down by the program data, and across the program data, the current enrollment shows 4, 1, and 4.
That's this year, but prior years?
Right. It's
Enrollments
much
and
higher.
grads.
Yeah, like in the,
Yeah, and then grads are really low. And so I don't know if those are not written correctly in our report.
Or perhaps COVID induced.
So I was going to say, in 2020, we did have a large reduction as far as not only graduates, but students coming in. We really didn't do any business 2020 going into 2021. We just started picking back up the end of 2021 going into this year.
Commissioner, those may be carryover enrollments, not new enrollments.
But do you think there may be like some does your data show like people who withdrew? Like how, I don't know how it like relates when you guys see it or what it looks like. But if there's
That's
people
the concern. Do you have a high number of students withdrawing, not completing?
And so it still shouldn't be, because
That-
like our
that
numbers
number is-
we've always had to explain in the letter why our numbers were at 90% or
Yeah.
over. So we've had to submit that several times.
Yeah, the retention information shows 90+% on prior years, 65% last year, but the number of graduates is declining when enrollments are increasing. And I know it may be from a prior year carrying over, but even so, we need to probably go back and check those numbers. That doesn't match with the 90% retention rate.
Agreed. The retention, it doesn't, if you have a 91%, 91.67 retention rate, and then only 5 graduates, I mean, there's some,
Yeah, we were getting letters stating for us to explain why it was so high.
but then, the way this data looks is then they're not staying to graduation. So you have a good retention, but not completion. So I do think that we can the staff revisit the reports and see how we're.
I'll certainly consult the staff.
I think it's possible that those are,
The voluntary data collection that has begun, that is an Excel spreadsheet that you receive from your program specialist. That is what we're looking at, and it shows 32 enrollment for 2021. It shows 2020 to 2021. It shows enrollment of 32 and 4 graduates. 2019, 24 enrollment, 5 graduates.
Do you happen to have the date?
This was compiled by the agenda deadline, so it was probably approximately September 1st. But this is for prior year reporting.
I think this may be a communication of, between the commission and the licensees of whether that is referring to current enrollment or new enrollment.
We didn't have.
And if they have 90%
The data-
carryover, it would make sense.
Pardon me, I apologize.
Okay.
The data that you report online is what is being compiled and provided to the commission. So I understand that paperwork between the two of you is probably yet another thing, and you've got a lot on your plate already. Please make sure that you're paying attention to that data, because that is the data that the commission is looking at and relying on.
Okay. I know that there was a question at one point, because I asked our program specialist, Catherine, to confirm like where some of the numbers came from, so I can go back and look through those emails too, because we did question at one point too, and we didn't know if maybe we submitted something incorrectly, or if, because I know that, like you said, that one sheet that comes out where we have to put who continued to enroll or who withdrew, and like I think there's some.
This is your portal reporting.
And we had to submit it via email, like it didn't go in on the portal one of those times. We submitted it directly to, not Ms. Hood, it's another person in the office, because we missed the deadline, to be honest. So, yeah, that, but I know we did have to submit an email to confirm some of the numbers. So I'll go back and revisit that.
And also update your tuition rates, because they're not, I'm assuming this is all pulling from the same.
Are you seeing like a 6,600 and a 1,800 on what you have?
No.
We have 6,000 for barber styling, 6,000 for cosmetology, 1,100 for pharmacy technician, and 5,000 for restricted
Because
barber.
that doesn't include total. So those numbers are not the total. Like, I don't know where, like, our total should be 6,600. So if it was tuition, 6,000, then 100 for registration fee, then 500 or whatever for the kids. So you don't see any of those numbers?
It's only one number, and
We
it's
see the
additional
numbers
fees
that
that are
I
left
just
out.
gave you.
Yeah.
Your data is provided to you for your review before we put it in the agenda. So let's all work together to make sure that we have accurate data, both on the new location as well as the current location going forward.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Are we, hearing none, we entertain a motion to accept staff's recommendation? to grant the annual license?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I have to, I'm sorry, but I have the email with the summary sheet that I had, and it doesn't have the tuition on it.
The tuition that we're
That you're
saying.
looking at, like, it doesn't have it at all. So I just want to know, like, how was I to?
Thank you for being here, and I know you're working hard at this. Let's reconnect next week and we'll get it straightened out.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
that's a
you.
great strategy, so. Okay, so next is number 29, Solar and Solar CDL School Corp Miami 6461. Oh, okay.
Move to the next one.
She
and
said
come
so-
back.
he stepped out, so she was going to go grab him.
Move to the next and then come back.
Okay, sure. We'll move to 31. Let me get to my list.
29.
The 29 just stepped out. We're going to
Oh,
give him
oh,
a
oh.
second to come back in, so, oh, here he is.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, great. Hello, sir.
Hello, this is Eli Soler. I'm one of the owners and vice president. Me and my brother, we opened the school, so I'm here.
Okay.
Terrible heartburns the whole morning, but I'm here.
I asked to pull this because I wanted to understand it. It looks like you guys are really kind of a subsidiary of a hauling company, right?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
started your own school because it's hard to find drivers.
And the quality drivers.
No doubt. Yeah. So, do you accept students who don't intend to pull for Solar and Solar?
Yes, but the way, every time we do a driving test is crazy. So we at least encourage them to get some classes, like a couple of hour classes in our own school.
But do you accept students who have no intention of pulling for Solar
Yeah,
and Solar
of
to go
course.
somewhere else?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, most of them, they have their own businesses, their family businesses.
Sure.
But I don't guarantee job placement, but they're always open to apply.
Well, if you hold a CDL in America and don't have a job, it's because you don't want a job.
Exactly.
So, where do you have your testing done? Are you a third-party administrator?
Yes, right
So-
there on site,
Okay,
with the same name.
right. And how many instructors are you having there? And
6.
And are you pulling contract testers in to do your testing?
Sometimes, but now with the ELDT, we want to make sure that they're proficient in the item. So we always encourage them to get some classes. They just think that they just can get the test. But yes, we get some contracts from TPT.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is if your instructors are also testers.
No.
Um,
I
So-
have 3 testers, including my brother, and then the instructors are separate for the
Okay.
school. Yeah, they cannot test their own students.
So, I got to say, you guys had a stellar year in 2021, right? Almost 400 people that you're
Yes.
hiring.
Yeah,
How many
yeah,
of those went to work for Solar and Solar?
Yeah, they are applying a lot, but we just see that people are liking the school and the quality of the training. Even bigger companies, and they're calling us, and every time they say they come from Solar and Solar, they want to have them a job.
Are you doing any portion of your theory online?
Yes, with campus, the ELDT, only the ELDT theory part. The manual part, we have to do it through the course. The only thing that we needed to add there was the HOS classes, because pretty much everything else, we even did hooking, slide and tandem, fifth wheel, things that no other school were teaching, but we were teaching truckers, not just to get a license.
Sure. I don't know if their existing program allows for online delivery.
For the theory portion, are you providing that theory portion online, or are you using a third-party provider?
A third party approved by the TP, the third party test administration.
Okay, and are they providing that certification to?
Yes.
So the theory piece does not have your name on it,
Okay.
their certificate or diploma?
Yeah, no.
No, so only for the practical part, is that the
The
appropriate word?
hands-on part, the range and on the road part. ELDT now requires the written portion and the manual, hands-on portion.
So are you certifying these students in the TPR?
TPR, the hands-on portion, the range and the road part.
Right. So who are you using for theory?
It's Western, out of Iowa, but they use Canvas. Canvas for, that's what they use. They give it a login and they upload it as soon as they finish.
And they're certifying them in
Yes.
the TPR?
Yes, they are
So
certified
you're only
on
doing
their
two
end.
of the three parts, right, in the
They're
TPR?
certified on their end. We look for them at the very beginning when it was the mandate, because they were approved on the list of vendors that could provide the ELDT. And then we found out that we needed both them and us to put the TPR part.
Yep, because you got to go in 3 times, because our government can't do anything
No
once.
minimum or maximum of hours, but they have to be proficient.
Yeah, I don't know the rule director regarding third-party online delivery and what that requires for us. I'm just wondering.
And Jenna, please correct me if I'm wrong. As long as the third party is certifying that piece, so your certificate for that piece has that party's name on it, then you're good.
Okay, so they're putting them into the one of the 3 that they have, so it doesn't matter. If they were certifying all 3, then the online delivery has to go through here. Okay, I'm learning too.
No, we're
So
good.
thank you for your patience.
No, we're here for that.
Well, congratulations on almost 400 students through
Thank you.
there. And
Proud
vertical
of that.
integration is the future of logistics, so good job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Pelton?
I show a current enrollment of 327. Does that include the students that are taking the online theory portion?
They have to have it.
I understand, but they are not, but is that part of the enrollment?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
They
so
have to have it.
enrollment includes even if they're only taking the third party.
Yes.
So going forward, because you are only providing, and I apologize that I do not know the lingo, but because you are only providing the practical piece, we would like your enrollment numbers only for that on-road and on-range piece, only for the practical part, not for the part you are not certifying, if that's possible. Because it is a bit, when you look at first blush and you see 327 students concurrently enrolled in a truck driving program, that's hard to understand unless you understand that they're taking the theory piece separately.
It was new for everybody. So at the end, we ended up doing it ourselves on the house. When it was mandated, we thought it was only the ELDT entry-level driver training. We thought it was only online. So we find a vendor. But when we realized that we have to become TPRs, the range portion of it and on the road portion was part of our own program, no matter what. So by law, nobody can test any driver if he doesn't be compliant with the ELDT. So maybe that answered the question. Even though some of them even don't use our vendor to do the theory part.
Are they using your facilities to do the theory part?
Yeah, no, they can do it online on their phone, but we supervise that they're proficient in the items. As a TPR, you have to put that record there.
Okay, so thank you. I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
I just had a quick add-on. Is the one classroom, is that big enough to accommodate the students that are going through the program?
Mostly the ELDT is online, so they can log in online. But the range, we have a 2-acre. It's in the yard. It's trucking. It's maneuvers, parking, pre-trip inspection. Mostly everything is on range, on site.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How many students per instructor do you have?
It's like 9 per instructor.
So when you showed your current enrollment at 126, that's it seems unlikely that you had 126 people actively in class at the same time. Was that a rolling number, or?
Yes, our school is very flexible on that, and some students, they don't come full time, they have their jobs, but they at least assist 5 hours per week. But usually in the area of the range, it's like 25, 30 students, and it's when the instructor needs to teach you parking, it's only you on the truck, so everybody can see the maneuvers, but it's one at a time. So that's why we benefit for only 6 instructors.
So there's the breakdown is their program is not required that you be there 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So they're obviously allowing people to come in when they have time. That's how you can accommodate 126 at once, which would be ludicrous, right? Because you need 40 or 50 trucks at the same time.
And the road training is mostly per appointment. The range, they do a rotation. Pre-trip is pretty much inspecting the truck, that you can gather a little more people.
So then it sounds like if it's self-initiated based on the availability that student has to come in and train, how long is it taking them to get through all of that training? Because it sounds like a nightmare to keep up with. Jenna showed up for 4 hours today, but she wasn't here tomorrow. Is that not an administrative nightmare to come up with this?
We have noticed that we go with the student. Every student will be different. There's students that will require a lot of hours to get parking. The instructor will see that and will give more training on the truck, like more times on the truck. But there's students that as soon as they get on the truck, they get it. Pre-trip inspection is mostly written, so they read it and they understand that. But to answer the question, is that we see that they want the license and we see the improvement, and we have seen that 3-4 weeks people ready to test, and we do like a mock test when they are ready, and then we advise the third-party testers and we schedule the test.
So just as an advisement, FMCSA does not require you to have a minimum number of hours to read their curriculum, right? You and I both know that
they have to be proficient.
They just have to be proficient, right? So
that's the magic word there.
If you're allowing people to test because they're talented and they did not require 140 hours to get there, you're legally allowed to do that. What you're not legally allowed to do is give them a certificate showing they completed a 140-hour program.
Okay, understood.
So if you're handing out that certificate and they only had 80 hours because they were just a really good driver, then you should not be handing out that certificate, because you have to report these to FEDPIP to show the number of hours. And in reporting, you're saying they went through the entirety of your program.
Perfect. Understood.
Yes, sir.
A quick comment, and this is more internal. I mean, kudos to you for having the variability that allows for personalization. I mean, I really think that's the future of education, especially private education. Internally, in terms of how we're capturing this information, it seems that looking at enrollment data per academic school year doesn't allow us to capture time variable programs.
I'm sorry, does not allow us to capture what?
Time variable programs.
Okay, right.
And so it may be something for us to think about in terms of trying to organize it, not based on academic year, we can have that schema, but in terms of start year. And so relative to the student's start year compared to, so the start year here, and then the column header would be the current year, what is the retention rate? And so that way, you could see it over time, right, for the time variable programs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he may have a student that takes 9 months to get all the way through because they're carrying a 50-hour-a-week job in addition.
Exactly, that's right.
Do you know what the average length of time is that it takes your students to go through the 160 hours or be proficient and get the CDL?
Yeah, we seen that like 10, 12 hours over the road, automatic transmission. The ratio, they're very proficient with 12 hours over the road. But most of them takes from 20, 23, 24 on the range. Pre-trip is very, very difficult to say how many hours, because you can study at home and being ready the next morning, because it's more written portion, it's inspecting a vehicle. But the range part, 26, 27 hours to be proficient, and by the 12-hour automatic transmission, they're proficient. The manual transmission takes a little longer, 18, 20 hours.
So substantially less than the 140 is the
Yep.
cumulative number, of what I'm hearing you say, which is why I brought that up about handing out certificates for that. So is there a separate fee for testing if you have to test someone multiple times?
Yes, we put included in the same tuition. So the same tuition what we just did to comply with the Fed, it was $450. It was for the Feds, and we have the receipt and the separate folder for the
Right.
TPT,
Right.
like third-party tester. But usually it was part of that. So they have one free trial. So if they fail, they can do any of the items. They don't have to pay. If they fail, they have to pay $450. And it's already in the door. The TPT requires us to put that our policies on the door.
Any other discussion?
Good job, man. I don't want your job of keeping up with all those hours of 126 people all coming in at different times and practicing over different skills.
We're proud of what we're doing. We love trucking, first thing, and I'm there every single day, since the morning, the afternoon, and not all business has the owner right there.
Yeah.
And I see the students; they're super happy, and I remember almost all of their names. I can do that, but the idea is that no students are the same, nor the meat that you cook is going to be the same, even though you put it at the same hour.
Yeah.
They need to be unique. There are students that will graduate faster.
Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Moving on, I think that one was 29. The next one is 31. That is South Florida Dental Assisting School, Hialeah, number 4996. Is there anyone here from South Florida Dental Assisting School?
So I brought that one just to discuss their current enrollment. I see they have 2 locations. Current enrollment, 27 for the entry-level dental assisting. They also have another program, entry-level dental office front desk, current enrollment 0. I don't know if staff has any.
Last year's total enrollment was 27, and considering that it is a not full academic year program, it seems to have current enrollment of 27 is a pretty dramatic increase in enrollment. So staff recommendation would be to add an on-site contingency.
Okay.
I'm going to add on to this is there seems to be a discrepancy in tuition revenue shown. I think it shows $465,000 last year. And with, 27 students or even anywhere around that, 40, 50 students, it'd be dramatically less revenue based on their tuition, which averages around $4,000. So there's a huge gap there, or a mistake, and I don't know. It would show a loss in net income if that was, if the numbers were accurate, instead of a positive number. So I think we need to look at that and make sure those are real numbers or not.
That's a good catch.
So an additional contingency to review or update tuition revenue? Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a motion to accept the staff's recommendations to grant the annual license with contingency of an on-site visit, as well as to update the tuition revenue in the financials.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. The next on the list is number 32, which is Tampa Truck Driving School, Tampa, number 5380. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. Can you tell us who you are, what your role is there?
My name is Jennifer Henson, and my job title would be considered business development, I think. I do a lot of the financials, also a lot of the compliance and the administration.
I only I only pulled this because I saw enrollment numbers that at current state were seeming to be high, and I wanted to chat about how long it was taking you guys to navigate your program with your students relative to the overlap for new classes. How often do you start new classes?
Every week, every Monday, we start a new class.
And I only have year in for 21, so forgive me for not knowing where you guys are. So it showed current enrollment around 75. So how many folks are you capable of starting? What's your capacity each week?
So currently, we're starting anywhere between 20 and 25 students per week.
Okay.
And we have 3 weeks on the property at all times, along with a little bit of remedials as you kind of overlap there into the 4th week.
So you're running a 3-week
Yes,
program. How are you getting to 165 hours in 3 weeks?
6A to 6P,
Wow, that
Monday through
sucks.
Friday.
That's interesting. And that was really my concern, is I saw the 160 and shorter period there and didn't realize you guys were running 12 hours a day.
Yes,
Wow. You have a large coffee station there?
yes.
And buckets of cold water.
Right. Yeah. Well, kudos to you for doing so well. Thanks for clarifying that. I didn't realize you guys were running 12 hours a day, which was what was confusing me and what the data that we see in front of us here. Are you running weekends as well?
So since the ELDT rule has been put in place, we have toyed with optional weekend training just to make sure that everyone we are entering into the system is, in fact, proficient in their training.
But you're only technically matriculating Monday through Friday.
Correct, yes.
Okay,
So
not
weekend training.
classes. Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're optional at this point.
And any part of your theory being done online?
No.
Are you doing the testing?
Yes, we do third-party testing on site.
I have no further. Thanks for clarifying on 12 hours a day. I couldn't do it. I don't know how you do it.
It's tough.
Could I clarify just on the enrollment piece? And it makes sense, 25 per week. It gets to the enrollment numbers of 1,000, 1,100. The current 72, that's a snapshot of today. How many are enrolled today, right?
At the time of putting those numbers together,
Yeah.
that was everyone that was on the property
Okay.
between all of the weeks.
Thank you. And just another follow-up on your enrollment has grown, and net income dropped almost in half, or maybe not by half. And then I saw a one-time, or I'm asking if it's a one-time accounts payable to an affiliated company.
Yes,
What is
so
that?
we purchased, ownership purchased a property for us to operate on in 2021, and that is the one-time.
Okay. And my last question is, I see you have $1,000 in cash.
That's probably what it was at the time, like that day. We have accounts receivable. We finance all of our own loans for the tuition.
Commissioner, to your point, I'm not sure the purchase should have reduced their net income. That's a capital asset, so it should not have affected their net income, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's the curiosity there. Yeah.
I admire greatly what you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit more about financing those payment plans for the students?
Yes, so generally speaking, we are financing the tuition, and then the trucking company, which we mainly work with over-the-road companies that they go to work for, provide what's called tuition reimbursement, and that reimbursement gets applied to their loan. And They're usually paid off between 12 and 18 months. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm concerned, you have very high accounts receivable, and I understand why you're financing all of your students, and that's great. Who has that kind of money to put up front? But how are you paying your bills if there are days that you've only got $1,000 of cash on hand?
Again, that was probably just the last day of the year. I honestly.
So you're not having trouble collecting, you're not having trouble?
No.
Okay.
Currently speaking, we have roughly between a 20 and 25% default rate on those loans, which is very high, so we're working on reducing that, but we're not having trouble paying the bills.
Forgive me if I get this wrong, but you guys you have receivables from the actual companies where these drivers are going to work.
Yes, that's correct.
So, Director, that's the confusion, is the student is not paying those amounts. It's coming from the carrier, and they're splitting that out with the student to pay a portion of that up front. It's an interesting model, but it comes with a lot of risk.
Yes, it does.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion passes.
Get some sleep.
And our last one in this section was 34, Truck Driver Institute of Florida. I don't have the number, stand by. ID number 2437, right? There we go.
From Milton.
Truck Driver Institute, Milton, 2437.
It is a long drive across the Panhandle to get down here.
Commissioners, any discussion?
I know there was a facility listing form and contingency there by the staff. I wanted to note that instructors are not required to be certified instructors for this school. They are only required to pass the test if they take it, which is not a rule that we put in place, but the certifications for instructors is not a requirement for them to teach, I guess was my point. And I saw that as a contingency and wanted to make sure that that was clear.
And it's stating here, faculty listing form to include current license information. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's
right.
Any concerns, any other discussion, I should say, around without anyone being here?
I think if the request is to show that that person holds the CDL license, which they do have to have, but not necessarily an instructor certification, then I'm okay with that contingency. Otherwise, I don't think it's a requirement.
And that's what it says here. Go ahead.
Right. If I may, I believe the issue is that some of the licenses have expired or will have expired.
So there you go.
So we just need an updated list that has the current expiration, or that they're all current with their license.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license upon the following contingency, which is a submission of an updated faculty listing form to include current license information for all instructors.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. Okay. Are we good? Does anyone need a break? Are we good? Yeah, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Are we not breaking for lunch today?
Oh, I don't know.
I just
I have to look at the rest.
wondering if I should have a
Are you
snack.
hangry?
We can power through.
What's that?
I'm okay tonight.
I needed
but
like a 2-minute break, but.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Quick break.
yeah, I'm not breaking for lunch. You know what, my clock on I don't have any idea what time it is, sorry.
It's, you're fine.
Almost
Okay.
what, 10 till what?
10-minute break.
Okay, 10-minute break and we'll reconvene.
Perfect.
So everybody back at 1 o'clock. Section D, right? Yep. Now, moving to Section F, we have two applications for license by means of accreditation. The first one is Northwest Lineman Center, number 5447. Thought I saw someone. Oh, sure, come on up. Sorry. I saw movement and didn't call you down.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Potter. I'm a senior compliance analyst.
Nicole McClendon, compliance and BA manager. Stacy Kirby, I'm the operations coordinator for Florida campus.
I'm sorry, say that again for us.
Stacy Kirby, I'm the operations coordinator for Florida campus.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? Section F.
Thank you.
And this is Northwest Lineman Center.
Forgive me for not knowing where Edgewater is.
You need to use the microphone, sorry.
Sorry. Do you know New Smyrna?
Yes.
It's 2 minutes away from New Smyrna, just south.
And is this the division of a larger program that has linemen in other states?
That's correct. Yes, we're in 4 states total, California, Idaho, which is where myself and Nicole are headquartered. It's like our headquarters is in Idaho, and then in Texas.
Outstanding. I know this is an enormous need. Saw everyone lining up after Ian, everybody coming together the way we should, and I know it's not enough, so kudos for you guys providing that. Do you have existing relationships with utility employers that you can help as a conduit for employment post-graduation?
Yes. So we are actually owned by a company called Quanta Services that has well over 100 operating units, including power companies and construction around the United States, world actually. So we have a very good pipeline and connection to these companies.
Outstanding. Where's your parent company headquarters?
Dallas, Texas. No, Houston, Texas. I'm sorry.
Houston. Not surprised.
Are you anywhere else in Florida?
No.
No. So I'm sorry, Commissioner, did I interrupt you?
Please.
And what's the annual starting wage?
I believe it's listed right about 86,000. It's again highly variable, and if, times of emergency, weekends and stuff, it definitely goes up.
So yeah, and a lot of that depends on overtime.
Oh, sure.
The wage catapults quite a bit.
And the length of the program?
It's 15 weeks, 480 clock hours.
And $17,950 is the tuition rate?
In 2022, yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, 15 weeks?
Yes.
And so how do students pay? What's typical?
So they can so we have veterans, we have post 9/11 GI Bill, or veteran benefits. We also have Sally Mae and Meritize as far as
Student
loans. Yes.
Do you work with with the local career source?
I'm sorry?
Is it on the career source funding list for individual
For
training
WIOA?
accounts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, we're an authorized eligible training provider in Florida.
Okay.
We're actually in 8 states and 1 county. 1 county's pending.
Okay. I wonder if this is. Go ahead.
And our folks, I'm assuming they're traveling to you.
Correct.
Right, to spend this 15 weeks.
Yes.
Or is it at their expense, or do you working with them on accommodations in some way for them to spend the 4 months or so that are there?
We we have an affiliation with Collegiate Housing Services.
Okay.
They take care of the housing,
thought
and they
that you
house
might-
them together, at different apartment complexes and stuff throughout the
Yeah.
community.
And tell me, because I know this is an enormous need and I want to be able to pass people on to you, what are the prerequisites for someone to qualify for your program?
So, I don't know if
Do you
you.
want me to-
Yeah, go ahead. We're taking turns.
I'm trying to remember the exact, there is like a weight minimum threshold, a physical, a medical exam they have to pass. They have to be at least 18, high school diploma, or GED. Yeah, but it's the health requirement. You can't have a felony record.
Right, but no prior skills or knowledge necessarily. Just be a good candidate, right? What an
Correct.
outstanding program and return on investment.
And do you work, and forgive me if this is what you asked, but I guess I'm thinking about it differently about the employer affiliates. Do employers sponsor employees to go through the program to build their talent supply?
At the Edgewater campus, we do have a handful of employers that do sponsor students to go through we don't only use Quanta Services as an employer. We use any electrical power delivery employer across the country. So we do have a handful of co-ops in the state of Florida right now that are sponsoring students to go through. Their employment is contingent on going through the program successfully. Sure. But yeah, and we're trying to grow that because it's the smaller communities that want to keep those locals in their community.
Yes, please.
Just as a suggestion, I don't know if you work with Florida Power and Light, which is, okay, it says the current CEO of Florida Power and Light is the vice chairman of the Florida Board of Governors for the state university system, and he's very passionate about workforce and post-secondary training, and so.
We do, actually. They're one
That's
of the
great.
employers that attend our career fairs.
That's great.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Offline, I think I have something that may be able to help you guys, but it is not part of the approval, and I'd be happy to give you some information if you are going to hang out for a little while, I'll tell you.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, I'll take a motion to accept the staff recommendation to grant the license by means of accreditation through June 30, 2024, and the institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to the rule.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a great idea. The next one is the Salon Professional Academy, 5143. Anyone? Oh, here they are. Okay. Oh, you're fine.
Hello. I'm Cindy Johnson. I'm the compliance officer for the Salon Professional Academy.
I'm Jennifer Turbeville. I'm with the Melbourne Salon Professional Academy.
So how does that cast affect you being on your feet all day?
I'm not. I sit at my desk most of the time.
Okay, okay.
No, she's a compliance person.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just thankful I'm not on a walker or in a wheelchair anymore.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I hope you're on a quick recovery.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Tell me, you obviously have plans for this accreditation and what you're going to do with the program. Can you tell me a little about what we're going to see and hear from you in the future after the results of this today?
Well, we have grown a lot this year already in 2022. We have a new admissions person. We're up to 46 students now, which is a great improvement over last year at the same time. We just hired a new regional director of operations to run both our Melbourne and Delray Beach campuses. So we really feel like he has about 20 years of experience in the upper, post-secondary clock hour schools.
Right.
So we're really feeling, fortunate to have him, and we have a feeling we're going to grow a lot this next year.
Are you planning on your growth being in other locations in other states, or are you going to try to stay where you are?
We're trying to grow Melbourne and Delray Beach and elevate Salon in Miami Beach. We're concentrating on those before we expand anymore. COVID kind of set us back, as it did everybody.
Well, your enrollments have grown over time, so is your liquidity and equity. So good job being methodical about your growth. It's really nice to see.
Thanks.
Well, and I applaud you too for seeking that accreditation, because it, I think that can be your value proposition, your differentiator in the market. Well, I guess I should have asked you what you think your value, what do you think your value proposition is?
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what do you feel your value proposition is, or your differentiator in the market, in this space?
What differentiates us from other schools? We really care about our students. We make sure that we have the educated staff to take care of those students. We provide them with guidance counseling. We also, like our skin program, our full specialty program, we added eyelash certification class within the curriculum. We didn't raise the cost to the student. We just added because we know that's what students need now. And we're also looking for other programs to add within the curriculum to give them more value when they graduate.
Understand. Any other points of discussion? Hearing none, I will take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations to grant the license by means of accreditation through May 31, 2027. The institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to rule.
So move.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Section G. There are 21 under annual review of license by means of accreditation. And I will take a motion to take those items, consider these applications by consent.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And now I will ask each commissioner whether there are any items that they would like to pull. Dr. Stefano?
Number 9.
Thank you. I'll stand by. I gotta get ready. Let's head over. Any others?
11 and 12.
Commissioner Cross, 11 and 12?
I think they're the same, potentially.
Okay. Okay, we can take those together. All right.
And I was only going to say 9 as well, so.
Okay. Commissioner Williams, do you have any?
No, ma'am.
I do not either. Ms. Pelton, are there any staff that would like to pull?
None beyond those that have already been called.
Okay, thank you. So I will take then a motion to approve, I'm sorry, how many were there, 21? Yeah. Numbers, or to accept staff's recommendations for numbers 1 through 8, number 10, number 13 through 21.
I moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. So now we'll take those others one at a time, number 9 being first. And that is the Medical Institute of Palm Beach, Inc., Green Acres, 3263.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you start
Okay.
by telling us a little bit about your programs and current enrollment?
We currently have 143 total students. We have LPN program, CNA program, home health aid program, massage therapy program, medical assistant program, and a pharmacy program.
And you said, what was the total head count?
143.
143 students total.
Okay, and last year, you're at 445?
For the total year?
For the total year?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
I'd like to focus on nursing program, please. How many practical nursing graduates did you have last year?
Practical graduate nurses, we had,
22.
no, last year,
Okay.
2021, we had 2. The program started in 2020. It's a 13 and a half month program, and that was our first graduating class was in 2021, end of November 2021.
Okay, and how many graduates to date?
Today we have total 22.
How many of those have taken the NCLEX?
So far 4, and we're at 100% pass rate so far.
Okay, what about the remaining 18?
Well, 9 just graduated September of this year, so we're preparing them for the NCLEX with remedial courses and reviews that they're going to take it. And we're still waiting on 7 more. Some, I think, maybe 2 or 3. We haven't really been able to contact them in reference to getting them to take the boards. We've tried multiple times, but they're not responding to us. So we're waiting for, out of the original number from 2021, one of those students took it, and the 11 that we still have left, we're waiting to see. We're actually bringing them up for testing. We have 6 coming up over the next 2 months, just taking their background checks and just waiting for a date to test.
And with your current enrollees of I show 87, I don't know if that's close to correct. How many current enrollment do you have in practical nursing?
96.
96, okay. Do you anticipate the majority of those will test, or are you going to have the same fall-off problems, or?
No, I anticipate most of those students testing. I'm an
Thank you.
educator myself and a nurse, so
We're both nurses.
coming in, we've completely looked at the program. We've taken over about 7 months now, and we've looked at the dynamics of how the program was originally set up, and we've instituted different programs actually inside of the program to help the students with review and just making it a lot more organized than what it is. So we've had a great enrollment since 2021, and we expect to have a very good percentage of passing rate when they come through.
Congratulations on the trajectory, and I certainly hope to see the NCLEX passage rate stay that high.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so for the LPN, your tuition is $25,000. How are students paying? What is the typical way that a student covers that tuition?
Typically, it's Title IV, government funding. We do have a small percentage that actually pay cash, and the rest will take their own private funding or loans on their own.
Are you working at all with the Workforce Development Board in your community?
We are one of their resources.
So that are you an approved vendor for
Yes.
Palm Beach?
Yes.
And do you get many students that then use that individual training account?
No.
Not for the LPN program.
It's surprising.
It's
I mean,
more so
it's
for the
funny.
CNA and home health aides.
Oh, they do use it more?
Not for career source.
Oh, it wasn't career source? Okay.
We work with other locations in the community. There's that help people get careers. So that's mostly for the CNA and HHA.
Oh, okay.
Are you affiliated with any other school in the area?
No.
I want to go back again to the grads. And the documentation showed 11 graduates in quarter 2.
Second quarter of this year, yes.
And we had no testers in quarter 3.
We just had 2.
Yeah, we did. We had 2.
Not reflected in the Florida Board of Nursing numbers.
No.
Unless, and that's
It
what I'm
was
saying,
recent.
there's a lot of school names that are really close to yours. I was wondering if it was affiliated, but we have 2 testers in Q2, 1 passed, 1 failed. I'm trying to, concern would be with 11 grads.
Yeah, those would be for quarter 2 that did test.
So the other 9 still have not tested?
No, they just graduated in September.
Okay, so the documentation here shows quarter 2 graduates, so. I just get concerned with the number of, the high number of 90, I think it was 87, 90 something. I want to make sure that we're dialed in and supporting those students to pass the test.
Well, we had a graduating class before we started, the LPN class. We hired an NCLEX instructor, and we had a 6-week remedial course for them to give them the tools to pass. So those are the ones now we're still waiting on, those 11.
Well, I'm confused. Why are they waiting? So if they graduated, are you saying that they didn't graduate in Q2, they graduated
No,
in Q3?
they did graduate. They graduated in April.
Mm-hmm.
But
So what would be the reason for the delay?
we reached out to them when we came on, and they asked us for some reviews beforehand, and some of them just aren't looking to get licensed. They got out of nursing completely.
Okay.
But they're still covering a $25,000 tuition. It's wild.
How does that tuition compare to other nursing programs that are similar?
Definitely below the average, usually around 29,000, 28, 29,000, we're at 25.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation, to accept the annual review and the annual review materials that have been submitted and meet the requirements set forth in the rule, and the license by means of accreditation continues in force through September 1, 2024, and the institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to the rule.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next is number 11 and 12, which we'll take together. Right, Newville Institute in Miami and Hialeah, number 1394 and number 2074. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Sahili Correa, Branch Director, Hialeah, Nobel Institute.
Ivy Oliva, Academic Director.
And I'm Andy Usera, and I'm Educational Consultant. I've done work for the university since their founding in 1991.
Thank you. So I called this one, I wanted to pull this one just because your website is advertising online education, and you're not authorized to offer online education. Are you aware that your website is stating that? I'd ask that you review the website. It may be a carryover from COVID.
Does your catalog discuss distance education?
Excuse me?
Does your catalog discuss distance education?
Menciona distance education, tu catálogo. Sure. Yeah.
Do you offer distance education?
Distance education. Well, distance education was approved from NACAS in September. I received the proof.
It has not been approved by this commission.
Excuse me?
It has not been approved by this commission.
Well, we have been approved from the commission at the beginning, but NACAS it didn't approve before, so it's a little conflict at that. Let me go back to give a little bit of the history. Yes, please. Back on April 23rd of 2021.
During COVID.
During COVID.
2021.
They submitted to you a program, for DE. And you approved it at the time, and then, it said that these are contingent, on the accrediting agency. And this has been a nightmare, okay? Because simply NACAS was overwhelmed. They apparently did not have the staff. They inquired
what happens, with the application. They said, well, this person isn't there anymore. We're overwhelmed. It wasn't, until February of the following year when NACAS, came, back, and said, okay, we reviewed it, we want some things, tweaked, and then hurry it up and wait, and then, they inquired and nothing else, and finally that was when I was, brought in to try and sort, things, out, and a communication started back and forth, with NACAS. NACAS had to change at the helm. Mr. Wallace, took over. He investigated what happened. So they looked at the applications at that point. Mind you, so they had filed with NACAS for permanent DE back, in the summer of 2021. This is over, a year, and some. So,
And I recognize that I hear you that we approved it contingent on approval by the accreditor, but we don't have the documentation from the accreditor. So as of this point, the institution is not approved.
Yes, you do.
And you've received letters from this commission
Yes,
stating
yes.
that you're approved for distance ed.
Let me show you.
It was provided to you, to Ms. Shelby. On September, I think it was 26, they approved it. So they approved,
Well,
by the way.
that's the disconnect we're having. So thank you for the date. That explains it. That was immediately prior to the rescheduled meeting.
Correct.
So that
That's
has
correct.
been the change.
That's correct. But before that,
I
okay,
appreciate that.
they,
Thank you.
They approved the cosmetology program back in May. And then there were some other programs that they wanted further tweaks. It went to the May commission meeting. It wasn't until June 7th where they got an approval, okay, subject to certain stipulations. They wanted the length of time to be changed, and it required a new application at that point, okay, from with NACAS. So that then got scheduled, okay, for their September meeting. So they went back to the drawing board, did some more tweets. By the way, this thing NACAS could have done a year ago, okay, a year ago. It doesn't take. I used to be NACAS's in-house counsel, and I was the one that did, and I had dealt, with Sam for years and years and years, and I'm pulling, my hair out to figure out why things are sitting in that agency. Finally, Mr. Wallace is talking to you people. When you have this type of accreditation, of state licensure by way of accreditation, you need to do like this. Okay, and then you're on a holding pattern. They're on a holding pattern. We don't know what the heck is going on. Finally, okay, it's moving. Again, in May, the main program, the cosmetology, got approved. So you approved it first, contingent, with NACAS. Okay, that's fine. There are the other smaller programs, okay, that, by the way, NACAS knew in May, okay, that further tweets were needed. Why they allowed that, staff allowed that to go to the June meeting, okay, without those tweaks, because what it required them, again, to send in through their platform changes, okay, to approve that. You're waiting for a letter from NACAS, okay, and it's not a deferral letter. Now NACAS has approved it. The only thing now that NACAS is waiting for is your letter. your approval letter.
But, and I understand that's a holding pattern, and it is a struggle. Online education, distance education, until the entire loop is closed, is not licensed by this commission and should not be advertised nor provisioned for in the catalog.
Okay, well, that's something that they will have to deal with. And
So as we close that loop, let's make sure that we
Sure.
make that a priority, please.
Sure. Yeah. And it's something I understand. That Mr. Wallace talked to Angela and one of your attorneys to try to better, okay, work together, with the state in resolve, some of these, issues, because to the degree that one points to the other, and this one points over here, you're in a catch-22. You're in a never ending catch-22, and this should have never been. The problem's not with you, okay? It's with my former employer, But and again, Mr. Wallace has been very, very helpful. This arrived at his plate. It was not on his watch when that happened. He had to go back and learn what the heck happened to this thing to have waited that long, so.
I have another follow-up. Do you offer a massage therapy program?
No.
On your website, there shows recruiting for massage therapist instructor. On your, I'm sorry, in Facebook, on your Facebook page.
¿Tú tienes un Facebook? ¿No? Que están reclutando para alguien de masaje. Ustedes no.
Is this something that we could provide to them, Director?
Oh, that's a good idea.
As of yesterday, your Facebook page reflects and advertising the term massage therapist instructor.
Tú estás reclutando, ¿no?
So as a contingency, can we ask that that's removed and corrected?
And are we? And a review for all social media?
Yeah.
For the school. And so we're satisfied with the online web?
I would recommend, and I understand that there is some time here because this was originally slated, this meeting was supposed to happen a month ago, and so things have changed since then. I would recommend a contingency be added that we do receive that NACAS letter. I understand that we should already have it, but just to make sure that we are dotting our i's and crossing our t's.
Great. Any further discussion? I move that we'll need a motion to accept the staff recommendation to accept the annual review. The annual review materials have been submitted and meet the requirements set forth in rule, and the license by means of accreditation continues in force through September 1, 2025. The institution shall submit an annual review pursuant to rule with the added contingency of receipt of the NACAS letter that approves distance education, and review and kind of an audit of all social media and removal of incorrect information pursuant to massage therapy or
So
programs
moved.
not offered by the school.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Okay, and then that concludes that section. Now we will move on to, under section H, application for program approvals and modifications. We have 4 applications for program approvals and modifications. We'll take them one by one, unless I hear otherwise from the commissioners. And the first one is a mystery until I get there. Is Art of Hair Academy and Studio, West Palm Beach, number 6500. And it's looking at a nail specialty, 180 hours, a diploma that is new. Hello.
Hi, Jessica Pamplona.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So you're looking to add the nail specialty to your existing inventory of barbering, cosmetology, and skincare.
Correct.
How many students are you anticipating?
How many?
Yes.
10 to start off, I hope.
And what is the tuition fee rate?
It's 26. Well, it's 19 with books and everything. It's 26.
2,600? And is that a competitive rate for your area?
It is. We have 2 other schools kind of very close to us.
and have, how long does it, what's the duration of the time period that it takes the students to complete?
6 weeks, 180 hours.
Okay. And do you have job opportunities? Like, do you know what their projected job opportunities are within the area of where they'll go to work, how they'll?
Yes, we're in a really good area. We get a little bit of everything. We're at 100% placement with all of our other graduates for cosmetology and skincare and barbering. We actually have a waiting list because we only have 20-something students and 10 graduates. We have a waiting list of people that want our students.
Oh, that want to hire your students?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That we don't have.
That's great. That's a great problem to have.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, any other,
What's the prospective starting pay for a graduate?
What was that?
What is the prospective starting pay for a graduate?
It just depends where they end working, if they're going to work at a resort, if they're going to own their own place.
So a range.
I could go from 20 to 60.
Thank you.
Did you begin with the other programs in 2019 prior to the pandemic?
2020, November 2020.
Okay.
So really, January 21.
Right. So, right. So that's why you didn't have enrollments until 2021. Okay. So how are you year over year right now? Looking at your previous enrollments at 13, how many have you had this year?
So 22.
Oh, so you've nearly doubled your enrollments?
Yes.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
And in this program, since you said you have people waiting for it, you're adding this out of demand within the market?
Yes.
Outstanding.
A question. So this is a 6-week program.
Yes.
Tuition's $1,900, fee $100, books and supplies $500 seems a little high for a 6-week program. Is it mostly the
Well, the books alone are $350, and we also have to supply a kit with like the drill and material for them to work on. And that's why we want to make sure that they get quality tools, so when they leave, they don't have to reinvest in more tools.
And these books, if it's a 6-week program, would you be able to provide used books to the students coming in, following?
Used books?
So after someone uses a book and completes the course, and then you have a new student come in, will they have the opportunity to purchase a book from?
Well, like we
previous
supply
student?
used books or buy their used books back.
Okay.
We don't buy their books
Okay.
back because a lot of the time they're
They
taking notes and they're doing their own things on their books.
They're more like
I didn't
workbook.
even know that.
Okay.
You could do that.
It just seems a little high for.
And they also come in a pack now, so you can't divide them.
they're
So it'll
bundled.
come the nails, it'll have a foundations, and it'll have 2 workbooks.
got
So
it.
they
It's
get
like a
4
packet.
books. Yeah.
Okay.
And and a workbook too. So you can't because I called about that too, if they could like separate them. And the whole package, it's like $325. So then we have to make amends to get a nice little kit and that they have everything that they need.
Once they bundle, it's tough, yeah, once the publishers bundle.
Yes,
Right.
you can't break it.
But
The
then-
same thing happens with skincare. They
it.
get like the same foundations black book with like which is good because you need the sanitation and all of the extra stuff that the other book doesn't have. So they do
Right.
go well to well, they're just an expense.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant approval of the nail specialty diploma program.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Brain Station Education Miami 5248. And this is to add several new diploma programs and 2 diploma modifications. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. I can introduce myself to start?
Please. Yes, please.
I'm Joanna McCullough. I'm the VP and GM for Brain Station. I'm personally based in Miami. Excited to be here. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there prerequisites required for people to enter into any of them? Data analytics, data science, data marketing, digital marketing?
There are no prerequisites required, except for data science. You have to have some previous coding experience, particularly in Python.
And nothing in data analytics?
No.
No prior degrees or any?
No prior degrees, no.
Not.
We teach you everything you need to know, yeah.
Wow. High school diploma?
I apologize, yes. High school diploma and 18 years of age.
Okay.
Or older.
For all of them?
That's correct.
Okay.
Most of these are, the new programs you're talking about are somewhat self-explanatory, but I'd love to hear what product management means.
Wonderful. So their product management is an individual who cross-sections between user experience, the software team, and the business teams. So these are individuals who bring together both junior and senior experience once they get that experience to bring together those three groups in a company so that they all work together, because to build the best technology, you need your technologists talking to your digital designers and your business people synced in with all of them. So they have a funny title. Sometimes they're called mini CEOs because they have to deal with so many parties and bring everyone together.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a nice buffer because you don't want your business team talking to your product development team, right? And vice versa,
Yeah.
because they speak two different languages, right? So that sounds like a difficult role,
Yep.
especially in the software as a service world, right?
They're a buffer and they're a uniter.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I know a variety of folks who are in need of that particular service, and I'd never heard it named before. And it has always been hilarious to me listening to development teams try to talk to the sales and business teams about this. I would be excited to see your graduate and connecting with my people who bang their heads against the wall trying to make that connection. Otherwise, so I don't know if this is a common program that's offered by others, but kudos to you for adding it.
Yep, thank you. There's a very large demand for it.
Yeah, and I won't begin to speak about user experience design and how frustrating everything is in the world with that.
Well, we need more good UX designers.
Right. What's the old adage? It takes an engineer to really overcomplicate things, right?
It's true.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, the product management and these others, as they enter the market, what type of compensation if somebody has an entry-level experienced design or software engineering person, what would they be looking at?
Yeah, so for the 30-hour programs, most of these are individuals who are professionals already employed and looking to upskill and heighten their position within the company they're in already. The salaries are quite high. They range anywhere from 70 to 100,000. It really depends on the individual's experience.
How do you, oh, go ahead.
No, please.
No, you go continue your.
I was going to say, are any of the current programs you have prereqs for these additions, or can folks from the outside come in and?
There are no prereqs, so folks from the outside who come in, yeah.
And how do students typically pay the tuition?
Students are typically paying themselves or financing the program.
They're not getting, are they getting tuition reimbursement from their employer if they're upskilling sometimes?
Yes, so in a number of cases, employers are paying to upskill their employees, which is fantastic. But if that's not the case, then they are paying for it themselves or going on a financing plan.
So how are you marketing these programs?
We do a number of different things. Digital marketing, of course. We've been ingrained in the South Florida tech community for a long time, so we are integrated and partnered with a number of different organizations. We also host a lot of events in our space. Welcome everyone to come. If anyone's in Miami, we're hosting one next Wednesday. I would say event and digital marketing is our primary form of marketing, but also we get a lot of word of mouth. So a lot of referrals from people who have done the program previously.
And have you identified specific industry, nationally recognized industry certifications for the new programs in analytics or?
What do you
data
mean by
science?
certifications?
I'm just looking here real quick, which ones would have. Just looking at a third-party industry certification that would demonstrate and be portable for the individual to be able to take to employers so that they can see that they have mastered the competencies of data analytics. Other than the diploma from Braden Station, they'd also have a nationally recognized certification. I'm looking at them. I'm not 100% sure that there may be some specific ones in analytics and maybe data science or maybe and even user experience.
Yeah, with
Or design.
with their certificate of completion that they receive from us, they do have a certificate that shows competency in certain frameworks and platforms which relate to those proficiencies. We currently don't have anything that you're mentioning as it relates to that.
A third-party test that they take.
There's no third-party test. That said, for the 30-hour programs, again, most are professionals, if not all are professionals already working, so they don't have a need for it because they go directly into it in their company or they continue what they were doing.
Okay.
So you guys acquired a business recently for the purpose of market expansion, and I see you got a sizable injection of capital, I'm assuming, to make that acquisition. Can you tell me what that gave you and your ability to capture market share? Because that was what indicated the reason was for.
Yeah, absolutely. So the acquisition was a local player in the South Florida community who had been here from 2014. And Brain Station is a global leader in the space, so it gave us capital capacity, experience, a global reach, a broader network, because as you all know, everyone's hiring remotely, so now our grads not only get hired in South Florida, but can be hired for companies all around the world, which is fantastic. So the other thing that it's helped fund has been increasing our team, which has been fantastic, in our educator base, so that's been wonderful. I'm actually the owner of the acquired company, or was the former owner. It was WinCode, so really proud to be here. I haven't been to a commission hearing in a while.
Yeah.
So that's great.
That's pretty interesting. So I'm assuming they made you rebrand and.
Yeah, we have rebranded. I'm, personally speaking as an entrepreneur, so proud to be under the Brain Station banner and continuing my work that I'm so passionate about, and with a broader reach and more resources. It's really cool. I know American Dream's been mentioned today, and I have my own personal story for that.
Well, congratulations on that acquisition and on them recognizing the importance of keeping you on in that process. Yes. And not thinking that they could do it without you, the person that built it, right, in the process. So I hope that was a smooth transition. I know acquisitions are sometimes strange because culture is binary, right? But it sounds like it's going really well for you guys, and very, very interesting, because I think you're in a space that there's going to be a lot of enormous demand for in the future. I mean, I know there is now, but I think a lot more of it is coming. So,
yeah, it's not changing anytime soon.
No.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Do you have any contracts in the public sector, like with state government or local government?
Yep. I'm really proud to say that we are VA approved, so we accept the GI Bill. We're one of few and one of the first coding boot camps that was accepted under GI Bill, and then of course we are also a vendor for CareerSource South Florida.
Okay, great.
Those would be, if that's what you meant. Yep.
So I have a question, and it was perfect that you just mentioned that. So I see here in the various programs, I mean, you have HTML, CSS, JavaScript for the front-end designs, and then for the data science, you said earlier that you presuppose, some coding experience specifically in Python, but you also have the fundamentals for Python, as part of that program. I was going to ask if you had any coding boot camps to help, or are you referring to these courses as a coding boot camp, or is that something alongside this?
I'm referring to us as a coding boot camp, which was how we all started.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you.
So that's exciting. So I love the reference. So the WinCode is a really unique model, right? And so that model of partnering with education entities to put, or the internship component, right, of WinCode? Wasn't there a heavy reliance on internships as a part of WinCode's coding camp?
We had a specialized program in partnership with Knight Foundation that did have an internship component, yes, and we continue that as much as possible. Yeah.
Because I think that gives so much experience. It's such a great way to build a young professional's or a new professional's work-based experience. It's really important because a lot of these advanced skills require some work experience, and that internship really is an important component.
100%.
And I mean, in a South Florida school myself, I think that continuing to push forward on partnering with those education entities on how to leverage your product, your boot camps with internships to give students experience is a great opportunity for you.
Yeah.
If you aren't already looking into the transport and logistics industry, I think that you probably should. It's an antiquated industry that is about to be catapulted forward, where you go from truck drivers to logistical pilots, and there's going to be this transformation because of the world that we're in, and what you do is fantastic and sorely needed within the logistical world. So I just throw that out there because it would sure make my life easier if we were a lot more digitally enhanced in that world. But
Yeah.
I know that it's coming and it would make everybody's lives better. So as you guys go to expand, the ports down there and the companies that are based out of there need your graduates so badly.
I think there's a huge opportunity in
Huge.
logistics with tech. Yeah.
Huge.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendations to grant approval of the data analytics, data science, digital marketing, product management, and user experience design diploma programs, grant approval of the hybrid and 100% online synchronous delivery for the data analytics, data science, digital marketing, product management, and user experience design diploma programs upon approval of the programs themselves, and grant approval of the modification of the name Full Stack Web Development Diploma, 400 clock hour program, to Software Engineering Diploma, 400 clock hour program, and grant approval of the modification to the name UX UI Immersive Diploma, 400 clock hour program, to User Experience Design Diploma, 400 clock hour program.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is approved.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations. And next up is Dolly Monroe Beauty Academy in Tampa, 6187. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name is India Calloway. I am the founder and owner of Dolly Monroe Beauty Academy.
I am Burgundy Austin. I am the Academy Director.
So Austin, you have a very cool name.
Thank you.
So we had an interesting education earlier today about the difference between, or how electrolysis has evolved over time with lasers. I'm sure you heard us talking about it. Are you evolving with those times as well? Is that what's happening?
Yes, we're going to be offering electrology as well as a laser program.
Right.
Got an outstanding device already ready to go and eager to use it.
May I ask what one of those devices cost?
Oh, the one that regular retail is $150,000 for one device. We ended up, because we're expanding, we got an exclusive partnership and we were able to get it down to like 92. So that was great.
Yeah.
Because we bought two.
They let you put $1 down, $1 a week onto that, something like that? Yeah. Knew that would be pricey, but I'm confident you guys will have an interesting return on that.
Yes.
Yeah. So is some portion of this online? Am I reading that correct?
Yes, so, well, in the future, we plan to do that. I want to get the program in person up and running. We've have our hybrid program for our aesthetics program. It's worked really well. Our students love it, they admire it, and we want to continue that. But the goal is to establish a program, make sure we are maintaining quality control of those programs, and then in the future being able to continue to develop. What we did with our programs is we had an asynchronous option. I sat down and recorded over 100 hours worth of education content for our aesthetics program, so it is the exact same lecture that they would be getting in person. We're just going to do that again for the same additional programs in the future. of course, that's going to take some time to develop that.
In your current programs, you have about 66 students
Yeah.
between the two aesthetics, advanced aesthetics and makeup artistry, and aesthetics and makeup artistry?
Yes, well, in the program this year with about 92 at the end of the year.
So the liabilities you guys took on last year, was that to purchase that equipment?
So no, not necessarily for last year. We had some liabilities due to COVID, and we kind of had the back end of that COVID impact. This year, we're completely debt-free, so we have no outstanding liabilities or anything like that, except for the new devices that we just purchased.
Okay.
Unfortunately, during the pandemic, they were basing things off of 2019, which is when our school opened, and I was the only employee.
Sure.
By the time the pandemic happened, I had 10 staff members, so we took on some debt to make sure that our students would continue to receive the education. We had the means to pay back those loans, so we continue to operate and, again, finish out the year being debt-free, so paying everything back off within 6 months.
Were any of those through payroll protection, or?
No, because the PPP, I was the only employee in 2019, so
at the
they
moment,
gave
yeah.
us.
Oh, geez.
Timing is
Nothing.
everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept staff's recommendations, this is a long one, to grant approval of the electrology and laser diploma program upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of completed instructional and administrative personnel forms with supporting credentials for all newly hired faculty that will be teaching in the program that demonstrate compliance with rule. 2, submission of electrolysis council approval for the program. And then next, we would grant approval of the massage therapy diploma program upon the following contingencies being met. Again, submission of completed instructional and administrative personnel forms and supporting credentials for all newly hired faculty that will be teaching in the program that demonstrates compliance with the rule, and submission of the Board of Massage approval for the program. And lastly, we would grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous online delivery for the theory courses only within the electrology and laser diploma and massage therapy diploma programs upon approval of the programs themselves.
Thank you. I want to say we did get approval for massage today, so.
Oh, good. That's great.
Thank you.
So that's, I need a motion.
So moved?
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is K&E Medical Training Center, Fort Myers, number 7624. Is there anyone here from K&E Medical Training Center? Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? What are we doing? They are
Since there's not
proposing new programs of medical assistant and patient care technician to add to home health aid.
Does staff have any?
Yeah, does staff, we'll take any,
We have no concerns. I mean, our recommendation stands without the ability, we have no lingering questions.
Okay.
thank you. It's a small school, but it's only showing 5 enrollments in home health aid, current. Commissioners, any discussion? Shall we make a motion? Make a motion we need a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant approval of the medical assistant diploma and patient care technician diploma programs.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion is approved. Next on our agenda is, we have, no?
Two, sorry.
Oh. We have two motions for extension of licensure. Number one, Connecticut School of Broadcasting, number 637. Is there any information that staff has or wants to add to what we have in our packet?
This is their first extension of 3 available, so
good.
presumably they will the contingency.
Okay. Does anyone have any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll call for a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the extension of the annual license through November 30, 2022, upon the following contingency being met: that there's a submission of completed application for annual license, including all supporting documentation and fees.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. And then the next is National Training, Inc., number 335. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon.
I'm Andrew McLaughlin with National Training.
So you're seeking an extension of the annual license.
Yes.
Is there anything you want us to know specific to that extension request?
I think we were waiting for the 2021 financials, and they were sent last Wednesday.
I saw in here that you expected those to be done by October 15th. Does that mean that they've been completed? Is that timeline still?
No, they're finished. I believe they were sent to the commission last Wednesday.
Sent to the commission today. I'm sorry. Got you. I know you guys have heavy equipment there as well.
We do.
And wanted to look. I know that the extensions don't provide the catalog for that, but those programs been added because I wouldn't have been here to know, in addition to the CDL offering. The heavy equipment training, was that program added to the original license of CDL?
Yes, for years.
I'm sorry?
For years. Both programs are approved.
Both programs.
Yes.
That's what I was wondering.
Yes,
Yeah.
both programs
Thank you
approved
for
for
that.
years.
I know you guys do a lot of training up there and stay very, very busy. Sorry your accountant retired.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a sad story. Our owner, during COVID, got COVID. He died twice in the hospital. He lost both his kidneys, so he's on dialysis. Our accountant at the time was Lisa Butler. She took care of him throughout that whole time. So a lot of our financials, a lot of that stuff wasn't being done. I was taking care of the day-to-day operations. After he got out of the hospital, he married her.
Of course.
Oh, smart man.
So it's put a bit of a spin onto things for me here.
Well, hopefully it's a long and happy marriage.
Yeah, they're both great people. They really are.
That's great.
Are you guys still doing quite a bit of training for foreign nationals, folks who are coming over from other countries?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I have like accounts in Colombia and stuff like that. Like
Right.
we do the Columbia Police Department.
Yeah, and
Things
I
like
knew you
that.
guys had good relationships with some folks
Yeah.
overseas and wondered if that was still the case.
Yeah. With the way the visas are now, it's very hard to make it happen.
Right.
And it's very expensive.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll take a motion to accept staff recommendations to grant the extension of the annual license through November 30, 2022. Were you going to?
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion is approved.
We'll see you next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And next, we have no motions for request of extension of time, so we'll move on to substantive change approval. Section K, we have 3 under this section.
You can take 1 and two together.
And we could take 1 and 2 together. PC Professor number 2153 and PC Professor number 1590.
Hello. My name is Stephen Fellman. This is my brother, Howard Fellman. We are the owners of the BC Professor. We have a location both in Boca and West Palm. We've been in business for 34 years now, and right now we're in the unenviable position of asking you guys to vote against what your staff has recommended. Currently, your staff has recommended, because of our, what you say, questionable financial state, that we be given a provisional license. We want to explain the reasoning for the numbers behind it, and hopefully it would make sense to you. Our numbers are based upon an accrual basis. And in the fourth quarter of last year, we were fortunate enough to get 2 very, very large accounts. One was with the VA, and the other one was with the governor's office. But because they were in the fourth quarter and the training would not actually happen until the following year, that kind of messes up our books if you take an accounting on the very last day of the year. Basically, it makes our liabilities go up because we have future training, but our assets go down because we don't have the money to show for it. In addition to this, our accountant, who's extremely conservative, has, because these are new accounts, they immediately discount as a write-off future sales. They assume that it's not going to happen, it's not going to get paid, et cetera. But again, these are government accounts. They have come through. Since we're now well into the second, the second year, these accounts actually have gotten through. We've done extremely well. Our bank account is, quite frankly, very healthy right now. We have absolutely no debts. We have plenty of credit, of which we have not tapped any of it. We also have our own personal money, which, if necessary, we're perfectly willing and able to put into the company if necessary. And again, we've been in business for 34 years. This is just an accounting aberration, and we're hoping you'll take that into consideration.
How long have you been working with that accountant?
About 10 years, and there's actually 2 that we work with. There's a regular CPA that we work with on a quarterly basis, and then another one for the annual review.
So, and you have signed contracts for these ones that came through that were very large? Those contracts are signed?
Yeah, we actually have...
Well, I don't need to see them, I'm just asking.
Okay, but we actually have press releases by the governor's office, et cetera, but yes.
So why was your accountant not able to just show that as deferred revenue for 2023 on the books so that it offset the liability that pushed you into the negative?
We had many an argument with them, but again, we've had them for many years. Is extremely conservative. We did not foresee that there was going to become an issue. We kind of let it go, and frankly, it's going to offset, his argument as an accountant. Well, the following year, which is the current year, we'll show it off, and it'll come out in the wash, and everything will be good. And from an accounting point of view, he's right. I mean, this year is the other side of the seesaw, and it's looking good.
Yeah, so. It has been my experience that our government is quick to spend our tax dollars, so I would not write those off as
agreed, but because
doubtful to be collected. Yeah,
he's basically working under GAAP principles because it's a new account, regardless of whether it's government. There's no exception for government or good account. It's a new account, and therefore you have to write off a certain amount.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that assertion, because if that's the case, then the liability should not have been placed on the books either, because you're not going to do the work if you don't get paid for it. I'm assuming the contract requires some portion of that to be paid up front and then other amounts along, or is the work to be invoiced at the point where it is completed?
Well, we do the training first, and therefore that's the upfront burden on us. and then we get paid for it once the student has graduated, and we get bonuses if the students actually get a job, and we don't know in advance who
Sure.
will and will won't. So
Sure.
that's a lot of the ambiguity in there, is we don't know what it's going to be, how many students are going to drop out, et cetera. I don't think they're worried so much about the government not paying. They don't know how many of the students are a new source of students. We don't know how many of them were going to actually complete the course. Fortunately, we've been doing very well, but that's where we're at.
Per your, pardon me, Commissioner
No, please,
Williams,
go
I
ahead.
apologize. Per your statement, this is an accounting aberration, and I understand this. How does a substantive change impact your ability to do business?
If I understand your question, I don't think it does affect, I mean, if we're given,
If you are placed on provisional license for
okay, I'm sorry,
1 year
sorry.
until this all comes out in the wash by
Gotcha.
the accountant, how does that impact your ability to do business?
There's a stigma associated with, being in 34 years of business, suddenly having a provisional license for financial reasons. That could be a stigma which we'd rather not have around our necks. Because we are healthy, we'll be happy to give whatever books you'd like to see. We have absolutely nothing to hide in our finances.
Director, I know Howard. I find him to be a man of integrity. I've sat with him at career source meetings on the East Coast, and the length of time that they've operated, and the expertise and the depth of knowledge they have in this subject is the reason why they got this contract. I find that to be an unfortunate accounting aberration, because in my mind, you're not obligated to perform those duties, and therefore should not have been a liability at the point of executing the contract unless you also showed deferred revenue for the same liability, right, that your accountant wants to write off. How much was that? What was the write-off?
Dollar amount-wise?
Yes, sir.
Howard, you know the...
For the Veterans Association, it was about $1 million. And
That'll do it.
Yeah.
And for the governor's office, it was almost $680,000,
Yeah.
something thousand.
Yeah, that'll
And it
do
was
it.
all in the last quarter of the year.
Basically, if they had doubled our contract, if it was twice as good, our numbers would have been twice as bad. So,
Right.
it's...
I hear what you're saying there.
Yeah.
And, well, congratulations on your contracts. It means that your financials are going to look phenomenal next year.
Yeah,
Right.
Yes.
And especially since you've got and you've got an NOI coming from this year, so you can avoid some of the taxes on all that money you're going to make next year. Good for you, right?
That depends on the mood of our accountant, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, I know a guy,
Okay.
So, yeah, that's just my opinion, but I find that to be an accounting aberration. I see no reason why the liability should have been written off if you're not also posting deferred revenues to offset that.
When would those funds start to
Manifest?
Manifest.
They already have.
Most of it.
Yeah, I mean, our account, like right now, is perfectly healthy.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't theoretical, it's in.
So, is it, would an amenable solution here be to request for demonstration of those contracts and an updated kind of statement from your accountant showing,
We have that right now. If, we
and
could.
and then maybe punt this to the next meeting so that they don't have the stigma associated with it, but yet we can evaluate this and.
Yeah, and I apologize. I heard, I think 90% of what you said. We were having a discussion. I was going to suggest that the commission grant the annual license with the contingency to provide us year-to-date financials.
We have that right now, if we could just save some time.
I cannot take them in paper, you know that, but thank you for offering.
Okay, we got it. Okay.
That would be my suggestion to the commission, if the commissioners are comfortable with that.
What exactly are we hoping to see in those year-to-date financials that, as a contingency?
It ensures that the commission has documentation in its files of of compliant financials.
Right. So the concern is more about solvency, I suppose. Right. Which you have no concerns over?
No concerns.
Right, absolutely. That sounds like a great idea.
So we're entertaining a motion then to grant annual license with a contingency to provide updated year-to-date.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 There you go.
Thank you very much.
The motion is approved.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The last in this section is Putting on the Tips Now School, LLC Ocala 2151. And this is an ownership related to name change to McDougall Technical Institute. Welcome.
My name is Octavia McDougall. I'm Dr. Suzanne Morrison-Williams. I am the new campus director for the MTI system of schools.
So do you just want to give us a little recap of what's happening?
I don't know how much of a recap you want.
We know you were in here yesterday.
Yes.
Right.
This is the third time.
Right.
Yes.
Trying to figure out how these things relate to one another.
Okay. So McDougall Technical Institute, we have 3 campuses throughout the state of Florida. We purchased Putting on the Tips in May of 2021. We were issued an interim provisional license. We submitted an application for accreditation with NACAS, who accredits all of our other campuses, with a contingency of CIE approval. We were scheduled to be on the July 2021 agenda with CIE. I'm not quite sure all of the details as far as what happened or if we need to go into all of that right now, but unfortunately, this is the first time that we've appeared before the commission. So at this point, moving along, we are hoping that you guys will finally approve the change of ownership so we can continue to move forward with our expansion throughout the state of Florida. And then obviously approve the name change so that this campus will be in line with all of our other campuses and there won't be any confusion amongst students with our brand. So that's kind of where we are right now. The accreditation application that was submitted, unfortunately, we had to rescind that application because we were not able to provide our accreditor with a copy of the state license to finalize the approval of the accreditation process. So at this point, the campus right now is not accredited, but as soon as we get our license and we can move along with the name change and everything, then we'll be able to rock and roll and continue to move forward with our expansion.
So I'm sad to see this name go.
Pardon?
Sad to see this name go because it's a really cute name, right? I'm hoping you own that URL and then you can sell it to someone else for lots and lots of money because it's such a great name for a salon. There's nothing wrong with McDougall Technical Institute. I'm not saying that that's a bad name. But Putting on the Tips is really cute.
Any other discussion?
I have a couple questions if the commission, but I'll defer to the commissioners first.
Yeah, I wanted to, what programs are you approved to offer with this acquisition?
So Putting on the Tips currently right now has cosmetology, nail specialty, and facial specialty.
Okay. And on your website, it shows a entrepreneurship business management for salon.
Yes.
Occupational associate degree?
It's not approved yet, no.
Is it on your
We don't have
website?
that on our website. That might be for one of our other campuses, but not for this.
Is it approved for any of your campuses?
Pardon?
Is it approved for any of the campuses?
No, ma'am.
Is it on your website?
No, it shouldn't be.
Who's in charge of your website?
I manage most of it.
Okay.
But it's not an approved program for this campus or for the other NACAS campuses. It is approved for our campus that we were here yesterday for the entrepreneurship
It's on your
program.
website.
Pardon?
It's on your website.
On which website?
mti.edu/degree-programs/.
For the Campus 6403, it is an approved program. And we have over
OAD
20...
is not an approved program. It is on the November agenda.
I'm not, are you, Which campus are you talking about?
Ms. McDougall, you have one website for all of your campuses,
Yes.
which is part of the confusion probably as a consumer, in fairness. But OAD is on the November agenda for approval, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so are you currently offering that program?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently advertising it?
We're advertising the program for 6403, and there's a disclaimer on our website that clearly states that all programs are not approved at each campus, and I believe if you're looking at the...
That does not meet the advertising guidelines requirements of this commission, and I
Okay.
believe you know that.
All right, no problem. I'll take care of it. Thank you.
How about college, or are you a college?
Are we a college? 6403 is a college, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would very respectfully, I appreciate that you've been here a long time today. I would ask that you please revisit your website and make sure that it is clear.
Okay.
I'm confused, and I'm familiar with it. If I were a student,
Okay.
I would be very confused. I would be misled, and I certainly do not think that is your intention, but I think you need to take a fresh pair of eyes and look at your website, because there are multiple things on there that you purport are licensed or approved that one would read as approved by this commission, and they are not. Whether
Okay.
that is hair braiding programs, or offering of an OAD program, or use of the name junior college or college, you are not a college. You do not have approval to use that name. We'll be I understand one of your campuses does. We will be happy to entertain approval for that.
Okay.
But you are familiar enough with how we do business
Absolutely.
that I want to make sure that you take some responsibility to get that advertising in line
Absolutely.
with how it should be.
Absolutely. Whatever you need, I'll take care of it right away. Thank you.
Commissioner Cross, I apologize. I interjected. Did
No, that's
did
fine.
your questions get answered?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Ms. McDougall, you have 3 campuses.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a brand new one, and I know there was an asset purchase agreement, that was the delay, was analyzing the asset purchase agreement. It was pretty intricate, so I admire your purchase and the deal you got on the school. Do you have the resources to support 3 campuses?
Yes, ma'am. We've been supporting this campus since 2021 without CIE's approval. So we've been paying the lease agreements, we've been paying, staff, we've been paying for everything. And unfortunately, because of the delay, there was a hindrance because we expected revenue to come from this campus. But here we are in 2022, still standing with the campus, ready to enroll students.
Okay. But
Thank you.
please make sure that you put your students first and look at your institution, your advertising, and your resources through the lens of a student,
Absolutely.
because that is where we all need to be focused, please.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Do you still have an enormous amount of inventory?
We do. When we purchased this campus in 2021, obviously the campus had been established for several decades, so it was already fully staffed, fully functional with inventory, equipment, and everything else. So it's still there.
So when you made that purchase, did you guys do an inventory count so that you knew exactly what was on the shelves?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
So, Director, I believe that what's happened here is the cash flow constraint is exacerbated by the fact that they have well over a 6-digit number of inventory sitting on the shelf that was included in this acquisition. So it reduces what their statement of cash flows looks like, but you likely have more than that in the bank.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I get it.
Any further discussion? We'll take a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant approval of the substantive change in ownership and issue the provisional license through November 31, 2022, and grant the approval of the name change from Puttin' on the Tips Nail School LLC to McDougall Technical Institute upon approval of the change in ownership and issuance of the provisional license.
So moved.
With a contingency.
Oh, with a contingency to review and modify website and social media?
To ensure compliance.
That's fine.
To ensure compliance with all rules. So that's the motion?
Yep, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then the motion is approved.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Now, we will, sections L, M, and N have no schools in the sections, and that moves us to section 12. Is there a motion to accept the reports for section 12 through 16 by consent?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion to accept reports is adopted. And now that takes us to, at this time, we will take, right, that's everything. At this time, we will take comments from the commissioners. Do any commission members have any comments to express? Hearing none, we'll move to adjournment. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today, and our next meeting is scheduled for November 17th and 18th in Howey in the Hills, and I look forward to seeing everyone there. With no further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned.